Alrighty, hello everyone. Let me get our scene up here. Today, I'm going to be working some more on this illustration that I started last time, so let me switch over here. There's a couple things that I wanted to change from last time. I kind of was looking at this, and I wasn't sure how I liked this being completely easily visible, and then I have to clean up some of the other stuff over here. And then last time when we stopped streaming, I was working on the stairs down here, so that's probably what I'll be focused on working on is this particular background today, and then finishing up this panel. I tried, like, seeing how I liked without the gradient, and I honestly like it more without the gradient. I don't know if I want to, like, spoil the character by showing everything that she looks like, you know, so maybe I'll play around with this just a little bit more and figure out exactly what I want this to look like. Or maybe I'll, like, make it maybe like a lighter gray. Maybe I can make the gradient more extreme. We're gonna figure out what I want to do today, so. Cause yeah, I thought about it and I just wasn't satisfied, like, after I looked at it later. So, let me get this layer turned off here really quick, because I don't need that layer. Alrighty, and so what I gotta do now is I gotta put in a white layer down here to, like, separate this out. So let me find my most bottom layer here. Alright, and this one, so I would need to put it right here, probably. There we go, yeah, so we can separate those two. So hopefully everyone had a good time. I actually ended up having my Japanese class today. I was not ready for that. Well, we were supposed to have it yesterday, but I guess something happened with the teacher and he couldn't make it to yesterday. So we had my first lesson actually today. So I'm actually, like, I've been running literally non-stop since 8 a.m. this morning. I had work from 8 to 5, and then I had to head straight to class. And then as soon as I, like, got out of class, I, like, rushed here and was, like, trying to make some dinner really quick. So, but I have dinner sitting right here on the desk next to me. So, I just made some rice. And since I'm still on solid foods due to having a tooth removed on Friday, I have rice with some sweet potatoes and some applesauce on the side, which I think is pretty good. Hi, Miso. Miso, you're always wanting to be in the middle of things. Well, you're not allowed to be on my lap today, Miso. Not today, Babs. How do I find the energy to draw? Well, if I don't do it, nobody else will. That's kind of the way that I look at it is, you know, if I don't do it, it's not going to get done. But that is why I'm a little bit late, so I apologize, guys. I'm 30 minutes late. I had to find some time to eat. So I guess like I've been drawing for so long, and I really want to work on this. So for me it's easy to find that motivation because it's something that I'm really passionate about. So I can't say that well, I'm not going to say that I don't get tired, because that's not true. I do get tired. But I also think that if you love something enough, like, you'll find a way. But also, there are days where sometimes I don't have the energy. You know, for example, like yesterday, I did not have the energy yesterday. Nope. So, I only drew what I was capable of, and then I stopped. And I stepped away, and I'm like, I did everything that I could do today, and then I'll move on with my life. You know, you should never, ever put yourself in a situation where you're causing yourself harm, unless, like, you're being paid to meet that deadline. If you're being paid to meet that deadline, then you better meet that deadline. You know, unless it's completely unreasonable that you can make it. I mean, there are times where you can just, like, talk to your editor or talk to your boss or teacher or whatever and just say, hey, like, this deadline's not reasonable for me today. You know? But in general, I try not to do that. I try to meet my deadlines and I try to be on time. But today, like I said, I hadn't eaten since 12, so I wanted to make dinner before I sat down to stream. And I didn't, like, eat it, I just made it. So, I'm kind of sitting here, like, waiting for my chance to eat my dinner. I'll probably eat it during my break. It's too hot right now anyway. Like, the rice is like fresh out of the cooker, so it's too hot. But at least you can cool while I'm like drawing and stuff. Whoops. Ooh, I don't like that. There we go. That's much better. But yeah, I work on this manga entirely by myself. So if I don't work on it, nobody else will. So it's more like, for me, it's more like, this is just what I have to do. You know, like I hate to say it this way, like, I just have to suck it up. You know? If I'm tired enough to where working on it would be more detrimental than beneficial, I won't work on it. You know, you gotta have some, like, level of reason with yourself. I forgot what color her shoes were. Oh, they're white. Okay. Well, they're white shoes. I'll leave them alone then. But also, like, it's also part of, like, that's also why I like finding shortcuts and, like, starting to trust your own hand. And, you know, there's all kinds of things that you can do to make your life easier. And if you can't do, like, you know, like a full solid page, go work on a script. You know, or go work on character designs. Like, go find something that you can do to stay productive. And also, like, to be completely honest, rest is productive. Like, if you are resting, you are productive. Like, period. Like, you don't have to be actually drawing to be considered, like, productive. If anyone says otherwise, they're a fucking liar. Excuse my language, but, like, no. You can rest and still be productive. Now, fine, I'll make a new layer. Didn't want to make a new layer, but I will. So what I'm doing is, because the pants here are going to be a solid black, I'm putting in some lines here to just, like, help it be seen once I... sort of like silhouetting it, basically. So that once the layer is... so that once the pants are completely black, they'll be visible still. So I'm sort of, like, anticipating how that might look. Because it will make certain things harder to see. It'll be the same thing with her sort of like little scarfy thing, and then her hair, it'll be the same thing that I have to think about. That's why I'm putting them in semi-transparent, so that... oh, I did it with white. That's why I'm putting them in semi-transparent, so that I can still see my black lines to be able to add, like, rim lighting in this particular case. Hey, Mango, what's up? Oh, well, I guess I already know what's up. You already told me. Share it with the class. Alright, and then this layer can have this here. Oop, not that one. This one. This one. Actually, I think this would be fine with this. Or it's colored. Oh, and then her gloves need to be black too. You don't want to mess with this one. She's crazy. I know everyone says that about their characters, but mine really is crazy. I can't wait to like make a manga for her and her story. The chair's really squeaky today. How long have I been working on my manga? Well, it didn't start as a manga until 2018. Before then, it was a comic, a Western comic, a vertical comic. It was like a painted style comic. It was an animation. So like it's been a total of 13 years since I started working on the story itself. But as far as like the actual manga part, I started writing the manga writing it as a manga in 2018. And then I started drawing the first draft in 2021, and I started a second draft in 2022. And then I submitted it to Manga Plus in May of this year, and I got 7th, which is pretty good. And then I got a bunch of feedback from Manga Plus, and an editor, and I also took it to Viz Media when I went to San Diego, and I got a bunch of really good feedback from Viz, as well as like some other people that I really trust the opinions of. So I'm actually rebooting it for the last time. Like this, like I had two pilots to sort of like test the waters, see how I felt about it, to see if this was like a project I wanted to commit to long term, and I am. So the official version first chapter will probably be out later this year. So if you want to count all the way back, like since I started writing the story and planning the characters, it's been 14 years. That I've been planning this. But I didn't always know I wanted it to be a manga. It was all kinds of things first. I think that's important to like tell people, because if I say like 13 years, like there are a lot of people who are like, oh my god, like it took you 13 years to make one chapter. I'm like, no, like I was homeless, I had 2 jobs, I had to like pay my student loans, like I had stuff I had to do. I moved like 15 times in the last 10 years. Like it's been crazy. So like making manga just wasn't a priority for a really long time because I had to focus on surviving. So yeah, if you want to go all the way back, it's 14 years. It'll be 15 in February. But just the manga since 2018, so 5 years. Sorry, I was taking a bite of my food. It's been a long journey. It's been a long journey. Huh? Manga Plus? Manga Plus is monthly. So, Manga Plus is a monthly competition hosted by Shueisha. And basically the way that it works is every month you could submit something, and you have to get to the top 10 by the end of the month. It doesn't matter if you say you reach the top 10 on the 15th, and then on the 30th of the month you get to 11th place, because you are now at the end of the month in 11th place. Your ranking doesn't matter anymore. You were bumped out of 10th place. So basically you want to rank in the top 10 when the rankings close, which takes a full month. However, the catch is you only get 7 days to jump as high as possible, so it's part strategy. And then there's stuff like the silent manga edition. There's all kinds of things. I wouldn't say I've settled down. I would say that I'm financially stable. 'Cause I don't date, so I don't have a partner. I don't live with my family at all. I have family nearby that can help me if I need it, but it's not oh, I can just like go move in with them. They probably would if it like came down to that, but like that's just not something that either of us would like. And you know, like I have student loans to pay and I have a full-time job, so like because I'm not a full-time YouTuber, I'm just a part-time YouTuber, so like I mean I would like to be a full-time YouTuber, but you know that's down the road. That's down the road a while, so it'd be cool if I could get there though. But yeah, so alright, I'm gonna go down to this white layer here. But yeah, I'm just glad to be finally working on it, as you said. It's been a long journey, and I'm glad to be here finally. And you know, the nice thing is I was able to like learn a lot along the way, and I think a lot of people negate that sometimes, that like sometimes going the indirect route, you learn so much more than just going the direct route, I think. A lot of people, they don't think about that. They're like, but I want to do this now. And I'm like, look, the fact that I didn't start off in manga right away, that doesn't mean it's gonna delay how long it takes me to become a professional. Yeah, most likely. Like, I'm 32, okay? I'm 32, and, like, I still live in a tiny, tiny studio apartment because, you know, like, could I get a second job and pay off my student loans and other debt? Like, that, well, that's my only debt, but, like, could I take a second job, like, Uber Eats or something and make more money? Hell yeah. Could I live in a better place? Hell yeah. But I would rather work on my manga instead, so that means I have to make some compromises. And I'm willing to do that, personally. Some people aren't willing to do that, and that's okay. Like, they shouldn't feel obligated to have to make those kinds of sacrifices. Plus, like, when you're going into making manga, like, unless you're like, are paying an artist, well, I guess even for writers, like, it's an intense process, but especially if you're, like, the writer and the artist, it's an extra intense process. You know? And especially, like, if you want to be self-published, like, you have a lot of work to do. Like, you have to be your own letterer, your own editor. Like, you have so much stuff that you have to learn how to do. So it's not an easy choice to make if you really want to commit to making manga. Like, I'm not trying to be all dramatic and whatever, but it's a really, like, serious, like, step you have to take. And sometimes you're not ready for it, and sometimes you are, and sometimes you think you're ready and you're really not. Like, I think you should. I'm not going to New York, so I can't participate. But that's okay. I can email them if I want to, so it's okay. I can just email my editor and stuff at Viz if I want feedback, so, like, it's all good. But yeah, I would definitely recommend that. Like, I think just the experience of having a portfolio review is worth it. Plus, they were able to point out things that I definitely hadn't caught already. So I think it's worth it if you get the opportunity to go. Or the opportunity to, like, have that review. For me, even at, like, I don't want to, like, sound braggadocious, but, like, even someone, like, at my level, and I don't think I'm amateur at all. I mean, like, I'm amateur in the fact that, like, I've never been, like, published before. But I feel like my art skills aren't amateur. Like, I learned a ton, you know, so, like, just from talking with them. So that, I mean, that's my thought on it. I never like sounding braggadocious in any way, so I'm sorry if I sounded braggadocious there. Or, like, fake humble or whatever. I just don't like sounding like, oh, I'm awesome and you have to listen to me because I'm awesome. I never like sounding that way. So if I came off that way, I'm sorry. I'm, like, the most impossible person to watch because I cannot just, like, go in order. Like, I have to bounce around, and I'm sure it drives people crazy. I also, like, have to rotate my canvas, and I've had people, like, get mad at me. Not get mad at me, but be like, when they watch my time lapses, they're like, all this does is make me nauseous. I'm like, I'm really sorry. I can't not rotate my canvas. Are you working on a manga too, Solomon? I didn't know about this before, so this is awesome info to hear. Yeah, like, okay, so, like, portfolio reviews are super great. If they worked the same way they do at San Diego, and I suspect that they will, essentially the way that it works is you want to take in a general portfolio, of, like, your best work, character illustrations, and sample pages, and, like, all that kind of stuff. You want to take that in, and they'll they'll, like, give you feedback on the artwork using, its own merit. And when I got my portfolio review, Sasaki Hisashi was there, and then an editor from the Viz Originals team. So it was, like, really, really nice, like, good feedback to see, like, how I can improve, like, things that I'm doing well, which is really nice. Like, I was able to, like, learn, like, okay, like, this is what I'm doing well, and this is, like, what I need to work on. So that was really nice. So I feel like, plus, like, the act of getting feedback, I've learned a lot of people feel like they have to justify everything. So, like, if you say, oh, well, like, this could be better, you know, like, I would work on this, and then the person has to go and justify it. Like, it's really good practice for getting feedback, because, like, when you start working with an editor, like, your editors are not gods, okay? Like, you can choose to not follow the advice of an editor. At least that's what Hisashi-san has told me. Like, you don't have to, so if you don't know, sorry, really quick, if you don't know who Hisashi-san is, like, Sasaki Hisashi, like, former editor-in-chief of Weekly Shonen Jump, like, that's who I mean by Hisashi-san. He's told me that, like, editors aren't, like, the gods of the, like, the law of the land. Like, you can, like, a mangaka can choose to not take that advice. All an editor is there for is to try to, like, guide it in the correct direction. And to, like, offer the best advice that they can. I mean, ultimately, it's the mangaka that has to choose to whether to accept that advice or not. And so, having a portfolio review is, like, a good way to get that experience firsthand if you've never, like, been in that kind of position before, where you're getting advice, and then you have to choose to take that advice or not. You know, like, that's a really important experience to go through, because a lot of people, they think they can handle feedback, and then when you sit in front of someone who, like, has a lot of experience and a lot of, like, tangible experience, it's completely different than going to, like, your besties in Discord and asking for feedback. It's a completely different experience, and I know for me, even I was really nervous. I mean, I was really nervous because I brought the wrong portfolio, and I didn't know Hisashi-san was gonna be there, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting there, like, in front of Hisashi-san and the Viz Originals editor, and I have to, like, tell them, hey guys, I'm dumb, I'm sorry, I brought the wrong portfolio, will you look at what I have anyway? And when I say wrong portfolio, I mean I just had the wrong file. Like, the file that I had was the pitch I had started, and I had to ask them, like, are you okay looking at this instead? Because I'm a dum-dum and I brought the wrong file with me on my Samsung tablet. And they're like, yeah, sure, yeah, we'll take a look at it. We can't give you feedback on it, like, as a pitch, but we can, like, look at the artwork and judge that, and then give you feedback, like, just on the artwork. I'm like, okay, cool. And, like, it worked out really good in my favor. You know, like, they asked me to follow up and stay in touch, and I am. So, like, they can go really, really well. Like, and I only went, like, to be completely bloody honest, like, I only went because I wanted the experience, like, to be able to share with other people, in my tips and tricks blog on Global Comics, and I didn't expect it to, like, actually go well. So, like, if you get the chance to, like, get a portfolio review with, like, someone like Viz Media, like, especially if Hisashi-san is going to be there, and a Viz Originals editor is going to be there, like, you need to go, if you get the chance. Even if it's just, like, to have that experience, and to, like, sit in front of someone of, like people of that caliber, like, you know, like, Originals editors, and, like, Hisashi-san, and, I forget who the third man was, I apologize, third man, I promise, I appreciate you, I just don't remember your name. Like, sitting in front of those people is a completely different experience than, like, the besties on Discord giving you advice. So, it also helps you practice talking about your work, and not defending it, but, like, it's one thing to talk about your work to your friends or to social media, but it's another thing entirely when you're sitting there in front of someone and they're asking you questions about your work and like your path and your career goals. Like, learning how to talk about that will be extremely beneficial to you. Because I was not ready for that. Like, when I was talking with Hisashi-san and he was asking me about like my goals, and like where I want to go in my life, I'm like, dude, I don't fucking know. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here for the ride, man. And he's like, oh, okay, let's make some goals. And so we did. Like, we worked together and we made some goals. And same thing with like Julia, the Viz Originals editor that I talked to. Like, I did the same thing with her. And so like, you know, when Hisashi-san, he looked at Onami for me to give me some feedback, because I asked him, I'm like, can I get some feedback on my very first manga? And he's like, yeah, sure, of course. So, like, he looked at it, he gave me feedback, and I'm using that feedback to help me with Godsbane, to make Godsbane better. So, like, yeah. Yeah, it's just a super valuable experience, I think. It's something I think every creator should do, if they're able to. Super valuable experience. Like, if I was going to New York Comic Con, I'd go to another portfolio review. Like, every chance that I get now to go to a portfolio review with Viz, like, I will go. Every chance I get. The problem is Viz doesn't come to any conventions near me. So, so if I want to go, like, I'm gonna have to travel to, like, a convention and pay hundreds of dollars just for that, unless Global Comics sends me to a convention. And I'm not going to New York this year. Which is fine. No biggie. But anyway, do you make manga, Solomon? Do you make manga? I assume you are, since you're here. Or I assume you're at least a manga supporter, aficionado, reader. Sorry. Basically what I'm doing is I'm filling in, like, texture on this. And then I'll go in and I'll lighten it up with another textured brush to make it look more worn and older. And that's basically what I'm doing. I'm just filling in background detail, basically. I love backgrounds. Anyone who knows me well knows that I love my backgrounds. Backgrounds and environments. I tend to overdo them, honestly. It's a bad habit. I've made a few comics. I finally settled down on what I want to create. So it's called Mortal Angels. You actually can't drop links in here. If you have me on social media somewhere else, you can. I'm the only person that can post links in here. And that's to, like, prevent spammers and stuff from jumping in and trying to drop links and stuff. Oh, okay. Hey there. I have a feeling I know which soul this is. I'm so bad with names, though. Typical artist problems. Can't remember anything. Lost in a daydream all the time. Why are we getting sad music, media player? Don't give me this. Where's my favorite one? We're just gonna reboot this again and again because I like it. Because I like it. Oh my gosh. I'm so hungry, you guys. I'm like staring at my rice, hoping it's cool enough now. I burned my tongue earlier. It should be cool enough by now. Beep, 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 beep. I cannot wait until I can eat real food again. I hate having to stick with soft foods for so long. And for me, it's like extra important that I do that because I had a sinus perforation when I got my tooth pulled. Yay, fun! Woohoo! And the fun's not over because I get to do it again on the 17th. You have to get exactly 2 weeks from today. I get to get another one pulled. Fantastic. And the joys of celiac disease. It's been like, so by the time I'm done, it'll have been like 2 or 3 months of like soft foods. I am so done with soft foods. You guys have no idea. I literally had a tooth pulled like 3 weeks ago. And then this one wasn't, the one that I just got pulled on a Friday wasn't supposed to be pulled until the 17th. But life had other plans because I was eating some stuff that I shouldn't have been eating. And it cracked my tooth open. I was like, that's not good. So I went to the dentist and he's like, yeah, that's probably going to get infected if you wait 3 weeks, so let's just pull it now. And I'm like, oh. I just got back to eating solid food, man. Ah. Oh my gosh, it's been like sweet potatoes and yogurt. I mean, like, it's good. Like I'm getting really creative now with the soft food options. Oh my goodness. And that definitely like impacts the energy levels. Like, not gonna lie, guys. Like, it definitely impacts the energy levels. No. The tooth itself was completely dead. So, to sort of like dirt soup, right? To clarify what happened, I have celiac disease, right? So, like, there are naturally periods where I eat something that I shouldn't, and I need to barf it up, right? So, like, it happens. I also can get, like, indigestion and, like, acid reflux a lot easier if I eat something that makes me sick. And so all of, like, the acid basically coming up through my mouth has destroyed my teeth. Additionally, like, my teeth enamel are very thin. When they just didn't form correctly the first time. Like, my adult teeth didn't form correctly, and so the enamel is extremely thin. And so that means that they just wear down even faster. So I had 3 teeth that needed pulled when I went into the dentist and like got my exams. They're like, yeah, you've got 3 teeth that probably just aren't worth saving. And I'm like, oh, damn it. So, he's like, your options are root canal, which, because they're all molars, will cost easily $2,000 each. I can root canal them, or I can just pull them. And I'm like, just pull them. They're molars. No one can see that they're missing. Like, I will know that they're missing. It will affect, like, my ability to chew some foods, because I won't have as many teeth to do it with. But, like, no big deal. Okay. It's fine. Like, I can be fine without my 3rd molars, because I already lost my wisdom teeth. So. Hey, Nuke, what's up? I love dirt soup. I have to be careful with dirt soup, though, because it has, like, has a lot of stuff in it, so I gotta be really careful. But I have had a lot of soup, yeah. I just can't get anything in the socket. and I'm 5 days out now, and I'm not experiencing any dry socket symptoms, so I should be okay. Should be. Like, just, I'm not out of the clear yet. Once I hit the 2-week mark, I should be out of the clear. Or I should be in the clear, sorry, once I hit the 2-week mark. And even then, because my sinuses were perforated, so basically what that means, so like, I'll draw it out for you guys, because we're all visual people, right? So, alright, so like, we have, so like, here's our skull, and like, here's our top row of teeth. Here's our nose, here's our eyes. Alright, and I'll draw this in red to make it easy to see. Right, okay, so we have sinuses, like, we have four sets of sinuses, basically. And then there's a set, like, right above your teeth. Right, so like, here's your teeth. My roots went into my sinus for my very last tooth, basically. Right? Like, because I was a little worried, about dry socket, and she's like, dude, if you got dry socket, you would be in unbearable pain. So if you're not in unbearable pain, like, you're fine. I'm like, okay, I trust you. But yeah, my roots, like, go into my sinuses, at least for, like, my third molars, both of them do. And, well, did. I don't have those teeth anymore. And so what that meant is basically, like, I had a hole, like, when they took the tooth out, that basically left my sinuses and my mouth connected through the hole where my tooth used to be. And the dentist was, like, he plugged my nose, and he's like, why don't you try to blow out your nose now? And the air, instead of going out my nose, went out the holes of my root holes. And it made the most hilarious hissing noise. It sounded like a mix between a duck and a cat. The most hilarious noise I've ever heard. And he's like, yeah, that's weird. So, what they do if that happens is there's like a special like gel mesh membrane thingy that like they shove up there and to help close it off. But you have to be really careful. Like, you can't laugh, you can't sneeze, you can't cough. Well, you can laugh, but you have to be really careful with your laughing. Basically, anything that increases pressure in your sinuses could pop out the blood clot that you're trying to form where your tooth was. And so, like, you have to be really careful. And if you inhale too much, like, that hurts my mouth. Like, that hurts my tooth hole because it, like, puts pressure on it because I'm inhaling too fast. Like, the nerve is still there. It's still sensitive. Which really sucks. But it'll take, like, 2 weeks for that to go away, probably. They said the pain, like, should be, like, the pain is super mild. Like, I can get away with, like, maybe 2 Advil, like, maybe twice a day, and I'm good. So, like, you know, like, I take 2 in the mornings, and then I take 2, like, in the late afternoon, about when I get off work, and I'm good to go. So, like, I'm doing fine. It's just, like, right now, it's hurting, because I'm talking a lot. So, like, right now, it's hurting. But generally, I barely feel anything. That's why sometimes, like, I've not streamed, like, that's why I didn't stream on Sunday like I wanted to, is I was just hurting too much. I was in too much pain on Sunday. And part of that was because I had a coughing fit on Sunday, and it really, really, really hurt. And I became a really grouchy bear, and I didn't want to, like, bring everyone down with my grouchiness. So I just decided not to stream. Like, I was mad. I was like, damn, like, my face hurts. I'm in a bad mood. Like, F this, and F that, and F your mama too. Like, I was in that kind of mood. Oh, a set of stairs. I'll show you. A set of stairs. so many lines. Actually, I'm pretty much done with it now. But now you have to go in and put in the ground. And draw everything else. Yay. Now I get to do all that leafy bamboo nonsense. Let's make a new layer. Actually, set this back to monochrome. Stairs. Can't spell stairs. Okay, I think these two... Yeah, I can merge these. We're good. Yes. Okay, set this to monochrome. I always want to keep the monochrome. Alright, so now I'm going to add another layer. Oh, name it stairs. I'm going to add in another layer. This will be ground. This will be the, you guys can't see it, but also I'll turn it on so you guys can see it better. The platform here is what I'm going to draw next. And then I'll work on probably like this bamboo here and this over here. And then I'll work on this probably last. So my goal is to get this panel done today. And if I can get to this one, like this one right here, if I can get to it, cool. If not, no big deal. I also really want to work on this one. To be honest, I'm really excited for this one right here. And then what I'll probably do later, or like one of the things that I'll do is I'm keeping my liner really thin. I'll go in and I'll like accentuate certain spots, like the rocks here. I'll probably accentuate some of the shadows. But I want the focus to be like here and like here. Like this is the focus, this area here. So the rest is basically just filler. The reason why this is important is on the previous page, I'll just like open up the document for you guys. So you guys can actually see the whole document here. Let me see. Yeah, right? The bamboo and the ground will go a lot quicker once I start making it look dirty. It was just like all of the hatching for those stairs I just had to manually do. It would have been a pain. It would have been more of a pain to use a custom brush. So I just sucked it up and was like, I'll just do this myself. Chapter 1. Okay, I'll just open like the master file because I didn't open up the master file. I'll open up the master file. Alright, so here's the master file. So basically, what I'm going to be working on, right here was sort of the last time we saw their environment. We can see that the man is here, Aros is here. So you can see like where they are from this perspective. And so then stuff happens, like he throws something at Aros stops it and it falls. They talk a little bit more. And so that's why I wanted to show this, is I just wanted to like re-show like where everybody is. Like, hey, like this guy's moving, he's walking away. Let me actually show that. Like physically show the space between them, because if you notice here, they're a lot closer together physically. And then here they're not. Like there's a big space here, they're fighting, they're arguing over stuff. So I wanted to like physically show that. So that was my idea behind like why I did the page the way that I did. So there's all kinds of reasonings for things. So what I'm gonna do for this particular part, let me go my line here. Is I'm going to just use the shift key. So if I press shift, it'll give me the ability to make a straight line, and so that's all I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a straight line basically, and then I'm going to manually go in and like mess it up. Oh, you know what? These lines don't exist. Those ones don't, but these ones do. To some degree, because like nature is kind of overtaking them a little bit. So this one exists still. This one. And then this one does, going out. Right, the rest of them don't exist, really. So what I will do instead... Oh, that's going to be really small. Like, you probably will barely even see that. Yeah, it does, yeah. The rest of it will be colored in, because it's, like, grassy bamboo stuff. So the problem, so basically I'm going to show you guys what I'm thinking, like I'll show you the like my thought process while I'm thinking this, because I can do this in my brain, but I want to show you guys like what I'm thinking. So in one of the earlier pages we see the floor of this, and we can see it's like a tiled, it's like a staggered stone floor. But because this is going to be so zoomed out, you won't really be able to see those individual stones. And so what I'm trying to think of is like, how much of that detail do I actually need to show? Because I want to be sure that like, it's like realistic with, like how much like you're actually going to see. So... Nope, not that one. Nope, it's the square one. This one. So this is the pattern that I need to lay down. Actually, I think it's this one. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. I think it's this one. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's a straight-edged one. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah, this one. So basically what I have to do is I have to figure out, like, how do I want to, like, shrink this down? Because, like, at the detail that it's at, you won't really be able to see those things. Like, how can I represent this and, like, still have it be accurate, right? So what I'll probably do is I'll fill in an extremely large space, larger than what I need. That way when I scale it down, it'll condense it, and then I can go in and, like, eliminate some of the detail that I don't need. So watch this. I'm gonna, I need a large rectangle of it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna basically, you know, I'll just fill in the whole dang thing. So let me get a big old brush. I can also, I think, change the settings on it, like the scale ratio. Let's see, texture density. Is that what that is? That, oof. Lord have mercy. Why is it all black? Okay, well that was not, oh, scale ratio. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, scale ratio. Okay. So I'm just gonna fill in like a nice big old rectangle with it. Way bigger than I think I'm gonna need. Actually, let's make it bigger than that. Let's just fill in the whole thing. So I'm just gonna get a big brush. And scaling this up, oh, it's already as big as it's gonna get. So now I just get to do the joy of filling it all in. And then what I'll do is I'll rotate it, and I'll use the perspective tools to put it in proper perspective. This will be fun. I wish there was a faster way to do this, but I don't think there is. Just kind of have to manually go through it. It's gonna lag the hell out of my computer because it's a busy texture brush. I'm actually gonna move this temporarily on top so that I can see it. Alright, so now I can... Of course, I have all my folders open, so it's gonna take a while to get all the way up to the top. There we go. Alright, so let's make sure we get it all in here. And this way I'll have plenty of texture to work with. So I need to make like a tone of this. That would make my life easier right now. I don't think I have one of this yet. I need to make one. Do you see how it looks really weird? Like you can see there's like you can see the repeating pattern that's in here. That's why I want to erase part of it, is I don't want it to be like so obvious. Alright, so now that we have that, let's put it back. I'm sure there's a faster way to do that, and I just don't know about it. So... Alright, what did I do? Oh. Something's still not right, fam. Okay, I got it. Since it's a texture, you should have any materials file. You can paste it in yeah, but it's too small. It's too small. I tried that once before, and it was just a small little square. I think you can tile it. Maybe. I think there's like a thing here you can like tile it or something. I need to learn how to do that. You know, something that I've not experimented with, so I would definitely need to figure out how to do that. But yeah, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, yeah, there's something like that. I've just like not bothered to learn how to do that yet, which I need to do. It would make my life so much easier, and instead of like it making my life so much harder now unnecessarily. And these lines aren't going to be exact. That's why I didn't bother with like super duper perfect perspective. Alright, and then what I'll do to get this right is I'll put this in the proper perspective here. Oh, okay, so you have to make it an image layer. Oh, okay. I was wondering like what that step was, because I knew I was missing a step, but I couldn't remember what that was. By the way, thank you for the like. If you guys haven't already, I would appreciate a like on the video. It helps the video grow and be pushed out to more people. So thank you, whoever that was. I know Scope struggles with brushes. Yeah, it can. I think it depends on how much detail is in the brush. For the only ones that it struggles with for me are these like tiled repeating pattern brushes. Other than that, I don't really have issues with it that much. Yeah, I've not noticed issues with it over 100 anymore. Like unless it's something special like this. I mean, theoretically, I probably don't even need to put this texture in here, but I'm going to because I'm extra like that, I guess. And I like making myself suffer. I don't know why I did it that way. I'm so dumb. Oh wait, yeah, I know why I did it that way, because I gotta delete those. Okay. Alright, now we'll go in with a brush and we'll mess it up a bit. That's fair. That's a good point. I like your approach. Okay, let's see. I'm just kind of playing around with different textures right now, so I'm just kind of experimenting with what I want to do. Ah, that's a good one. So I'll start out pretty wide, and then I'll make the brushes smaller and smaller. And I can go back and fill it in too. What does this brush do? Oh, that's not what I wanted. There's gonna be like natural cracks in the tile as well. Natural imperfections. Towards areas that are going to be in shadow, I'll leave a little bit more of it in, just so that it is more apparent. And then probably in the the walkway area, like the center, it probably would be worn down the most, I would think. Do do do. Da da ba da 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 da. I know this is so thrilling to watch, guys. Sometimes I feel bad when I draw backgrounds on my streams because I feel like they're less interesting. But they're a necessary part of the process too, so like I'm gonna stream it, so. Do you recommend storyboards? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think you should have some rough sketches. Like to show your thought process. I feel like if you're going to show sequential pages, then having like the storyboards to some sort of like show them, hey, like here's how I got to this point. I think that could be really helpful to like whoever's reviewing. I wouldn't include like too many because, you know, you want to keep your portfolio as compact as possible. And so adding too many things can become detrimental. But I think in general, it's not necessarily a bad thing to add your storyboards in. So what manga artist, so what are you? Yeah, Inuyasha definitely was one of my influences. I did read from Eureka, but not, like, I wasn't, like, that, like, excited over it. I think some of the mangaka that might influence me the most would be, Miura, Togashi, and Takahashi. And maybe a little bit of Hiroyuki Takei, like Shaman King. I think those would probably be the people that influence me the most, art-wise. I'm going to temporarily make this blue, just so that I can go in and get some of this line art done. Alright, let's get these bamboo in. What I'll do for the bamboo is I'll put just these front ones in. Let's do a solid black bamboo, and I'll put in the like notches on my own. Yeah, I'll use this one so I can see where they are. Oh, shoot. I didn't realize I was doing that. Alright, so we want this one in first because it's thinner. Throw this one in too. A little bigger. Alright, we'll do some leaves behind them and in front of them. And I know technically, that's not technically the angle they would be at. I need to redraw the white parts there. But at least I can see where they're supposed to be. Ah! What did I do? Oh, I had the wrong tool selected. I was like, why does the perspective look off? Because it is. Because it is. Okay. Now let's go in and redraw them. ¿Cómo están bien? ¿Y tú? Oh, the old brush it to look good enough. Nah, work smarter, not harder. See, look, like all I had to do was just change the angle on like the bamboo thingy, and it looks fine. Like, work smarter, not harder. Why work yourself to death if you don't have to? Alright, and I have a special brush I can use for all the sticks. I mean, that technically wouldn't be wrong with as close as it is. Too much. Too much. You're being really insistent on doing it that way, aren't you? We can't make it look like the same thing, otherwise they'll know it's witchcraft. Stop it. Ah. You're not working with me and I don't appreciate it. Yeah. Look at that. I'm just gonna draw on the sticks. Boop. Honestly, with these, you can kind of just draw in a bunch of random lines and it'll make sense. Like, you don't have to get exact when drawing stuff like this. Unless you want to. Which I don't know why you would, because that's more work than it's worth. I suck at writing with words. I chronically suck at it. And I don't like vertical comics as far as, like, being, like, reading them. I don't like the, like, and this is such a nitpicky thing. It's not that I think they're bad, it's not. Like, they have really good quality works. I just hate scrolling. Like, I hate the physical act of having to scroll every half second to, like, keep reading. Because I'm a very quick reader. But there are also times where I want to just sit and digest something. And, like, the act of constantly having to, like scroll. I don't like that. It completely takes me out of the reading experience, and I don't enjoy it. Now, that said, there are plenty of vertical comics that I actually enjoy. So, like, if I enjoy something enough, I can make it work. But I don't like the act of vertical reading that much, so I don't want to make it. Plus, I do not like color. I hate color. I hate working in color. Like, if you want to torture me, force me to work in color. I just don't like it. It's not fun. I don't enjoy coloring things. And I don't want to do stuff that I don't like, so it's really that simple. What was that about, Miso? Sorry, Miso's my cat. I'm a very simple person. I'm not that complicated to figure out. What are you doing, Miso? Are you okay? Oh, that is not a toy for you. No, ma'am. I know you think everything's a toy for you, but you're wrong. I'm talking to my cat, sorry. But yeah, I did try the vertical stuff. Like, I did honestly try it, and I just didn't like it. That's part of the reason why it took me so long to, like, get serious about Godsbane, is I tried so many different things first. Let me bring up the... Let me take a look. Oh, I forgot to finish this one. Let me finish this really quick, guys. Oh yeah, I had to do it in art college too. I have 2 art degrees. It doesn't mean I like it. I never liked it. Especially paint. Ooh, ow. Ooh, that fucking hurt. Woo! I felt that in my bones. I said that too loudly, too forcefully. Oof, that hurt. I need to tone it down. Okay, anyway. Sorry, like, I just had shooting pain go through my entire body from my mouth. Anyway. So, like, especially painting. I despise painting. No offense to you painters out there, and I know there's at least one of you in my chat right now. I don't like painting. I don't like coloring. I don't like any of that. It's so stressful. Like, you know how some people just hate line art? I hate coloring. And I hate painting. Come on, click. There's a double pattern in here. Damn it. Dang it. Ah. It's okay, I'll just redo it, I guess. It's a good thing I checked. It's not that it's a rough process, I just hate doing it. Like, there is nothing about coloring that I enjoy. I don't even, like, if you gave me the option to, like, look at color artwork or black and white artwork, I would pick black and white. That's just my aesthetic. So, like, I don't enjoy the process, I don't enjoy looking at it. I mean, I do enjoy some color artwork, like, I can appreciate color artwork. But, like, if I had to choose, I would just look at, like, black and white works. That's just what I prefer. So, like, it's not that it's rough. It's not that I will show you. I can color. I just don't like to. Some people hate watercolors. That's fine. Some people hate chalk. That's fine. Some people hate digital. That's fine. It has nothing to do with me not being able to do it. I can do it. I just don't like to. I mean, I had to do it for school. So, like, I learned how to do it. Let's see. I don't even know where I saved it. I think it's in aux folder, to be honest. Yeah. So, like, I can color. I just don't like to. Like, I can color. I just hate it. Like, I don't know, like, I don't think this one's necessarily anything to get excited about, but, like, I understand colors, and, like, I understand warms and cools, like, I get it. I just don't enjoy it. Like, this kind of stuff is not fun for me. It's torture. You know. But, like, I do it because I need to stay sharp on it. Yeah. Thank you. I don't enjoy this kind of stuff. What I enjoy more is the line art. So, like, with this one, here's the line art for it. Like, this is what I enjoy. This gives a lot of people anxiety. So, like, this is what I enjoy doing. This is the part that I enjoy the most. And then, like, having to color it is just, it takes all of the fun out of it for me. You know what I mean? Some people hate math. I love math. I love doing my taxes. I love budgeting. I love doing, dude, I balance chemical equations for fun. Do you guys know what chemical equations are? Let me show you. Let me show you what I do for fun. Or when I'm stressed and I need to calm my ass down. This is what I do to chill out. I meant open with clipboard. Like, this is what I do for fun. Or I go and I solve, like, matrices by hand or something. Like, something mathematical and analytical. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I like to do. Like, this is fun for me. That's just the kind of brain that I have. And so, something like color, which I think is a lot more subjective than, like, line art is. I mean, line art can be pretty subjective. But I'm a very, like, left-brained person. And so, like, when I have to pick colors, like, one, there's so many different options, it's overwhelming. And two, it's just not fun. But when I'm doing line art, for me, it's really meditative and calming, and it's very, like, I feel like line art's very analytical. And I feel like that's why a lot of people don't like doing line art, is they feel like it's very boring. I love math and I love science, and especially physics was fun for me. Physics, I never had chemistry, but I learned physics, and this was the kind of stuff we did in our physics class. It's like that kind of stuff is fun for me. So maybe my brain just operates differently than most people. But I also never wanted to be an artist. I didn't really start drawing till I was 18. So, do with that what you will. I love math. I'll be your accountant someday, Nuke. You can pay me to do your money. You can pay me to do your math for you. It's like the one skill that I have that's useful is math. That's like, well, I mean like street helpful. Like, what is something that's actually helpful in the real world that I can do? Math. It's math. Can you just put it where I'm telling you to? Math is fun. Math is a useful life skill. It's the one useful life skill I have. Don't take it away from me. Alright, I fixed that. Excuse me? Yeah, like how Aros is like, excuse me? I don't think that's something he would say, but I have to figure out later like what he would actually say. Excuse me, bitch, what'd you say about me? I liked trig, but few professors were able to translate numerical equations into real application for me. So all invisible and usable for me, and my brain said no. Fair. That's completely fair. Most math is. It just kind of, I think me personally, I feel like the reason why they offer that is because they need to keep you busy with something. And two, like, it allows you to see if that's something you're interested in. Like, by the time you get all the way up to trig, like, you know if you like math or not. I would hope so. Really? Damn. My physics teacher, I always remember this, his name was Mr. Bate. And he would talk really quiet like this. And then he'd be yelling really loud like this. And like in the same sentence. Like he had this really crazy like volume difference, like even within a single sentence. But we had lots of really fun experiments. Like he was also our astronomy teacher. So our physics class, half the year was astronomy, and the other half of the year was a typical physics class. So yeah, it was really fun physics class. In our physics class, like we would be talking about like, you know, like astrophysics and quantum physics, like the more out there stuff. And then occasionally at night, we would have like a field trip like at night. And because we lived so far out from the city, we didn't have to travel too far to like get far enough from the lights where we could see the night sky really well, and he would like teach us the stars under the stars, which was really really cool. And we were just in high school, but we had to like have special permission to be out there really late. And we had like a van that would come pick us all up so that he would basically like pick us up and then take us home. It was really cool. And some parents would just drop their kids off, but it was really awesome. I loved that class. Definitely one of my favorite teachers. My favorite teacher, though, was my band director. Let me grab one of the references I have for this. Let me grab that. I don't even know where I put them. Where did I put the references for that? Please tell me I put them where they should be. Not just randomly on my desktop like I think they are. Dropped them off better than when they left. Right? Yeah. That is true. Yep. But this was like backwoods Ohio. Like, here's how small town this place was. This town, like, our entire high school was like 250 people. That's it. Like, that's how backwoods this place was. Alright, that way I've got them separated into 3 rows. Sorry guys, I'm rotating my canvas a lot. I hope that doesn't make you guys like nauseous or anything. Yeah, it was really small, so it was like this small town. That's just the way it was back, for us. Like, you could trust people to do stuff like that. What is it, Miso? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Wanna come sit up here? Wanna sit up here, Miso? Here's who you guys are hearing, by the way. Her name is Miso. Come here. Yeah. Squish, 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 squish. Boop. Silly Miso. She's like, Mom, why aren't you paying attention to me? Man, now my tooth really hurts. Is my Advil up here? No, of course not. Why would I? Oh, yes it is. Yes! Oh my god, thank god my Advil's right here. This stuff messes up my stomach so bad, but it helps with the pain. Plus it helps with inflammation, and Tylenol doesn't do that. Thank gosh. I was thinking I was gonna have to sit here and suffer. Thank you. Her name is Miso. Miso, like the soup. Well, soybean paste. Same difference. Miso, you knocking over all my stuff again? Digging your nose down here? Hmm? Yes. Alright, now I need to give it 20 minutes. Miso, what are you doing? Oh, I see. You want to play with that because you think it's a toy. It's not. Miso, you're such a stinker. Stop it. Stop, Ron. Stop. Please tell me you guys know what that's from. I don't want to feel old. Might be too late for that, honestly. Man, let me try this one again. Run, 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 Weasley. Kim Possible? No, it's from Puppet Pals. Harry Potter Puppet Pals. Oh my gosh, you guys. When it's... oh god. It's when Wingardium Leviosa. Ron, stop it. He's like lifting up her panties. It's in like a... Ron, stop it, Ron. Stop. Like... oh my gosh, I feel old now. Why can't I make it look cool like theirs? This is harder than it looks. Oh, okay, yeah, now you know what it is, yeah. I'm torturing myself for no good reason. I need to stop. Like, there's no reason, and there's no way anyone would notice all that detail, so I need to just stop. Stop it, cat, stop. Boop. Boop. That means everyone is at least 20 and up. Yeah. Good. Good. About time. One of the interesting things I find about Discord, especially social media in general, is like now I'm finding that I'm usually like the odd person out and like I'm the older person in the room. Usually. Not always, but like it's frustrating. You know what also is frustrating? I rotate this ever so slightly and it just is like, nope, can't do anymore. Sorry. I'm gonna turn blurry now. Like my one peeve with Clip Studio and the rotation tool. It just makes it blurry. It's like my biggest complaint about it. Get all the hatching, just because I can. Because I like making my life unnecessarily hard. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. I remember when the first Harry Potter book started showing up Toys R Us. I remember, oh yeah. I like read Harry Potter from the library books because my mom was like, ew, magic, it goes against God. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. So like I'll just read it and you won't know about it. And like I remember reading the books like as they came out. It was different then, okay? Like when a new book came out, you stopped your life to just kidding. To go get another book. It was like the thing. Like I remember when the last one came out, I was in Costa Rica at the time. Like doing a volunteer trip for like the Tortuguero National Park. I was doing like some marine biologists volunteer trip, and I remember like I was so glad I didn't have internet yet, like on my phone. Because I don't think internet on phones was a thing yet. Oh, cause boobies. That's easy, cause boobies. Boba. That's why. That's an easy one. And nakedness. We can't have that. We can't have the children knowing that people are naked underneath all their clothes. Because heaven forbid. You can tell I got more serious about it at this part because you can see how like more consistent it looks. That's that's so funny. I had a friend that took their Ranma book and put stickers, like took actual stickers and taped over all the boobies. Like all the nipples specifically, just the nipples. And I'm like, but they can already see the boob. Like, does it matter at this point? Like, does your son not know what a nipple is? He's 15 years old. You think he doesn't know what a nipple is? You think he hasn't seen a girl naked before? It's called health class. Of course he has. Yeah, people are strange. But do 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 do. I just don't even care. Like, okay, boobs, good for you, whatever. I literally do not care. Boobs are there. They're a thing. Like I have a set of boobs, okay? Like, I don't give a fuck about boobs. Congratulations. Congratulations. Like, I literally don't care. That's why I don't get the horniness about them either. I just don't get it. I'm like, have you never seen boobs before? Like, damn, son, calm down. Boobies! Like, shit. Come on now. Why though? Why? Like, even in high school it wasn't a big deal. Like, why? Was it because it was forbidden? Like, I guess I never understood why seeing the other, like, sex naked was such a big deal. Like, never understood that. Like, who cares? Yeah, I've never been physically attracted to somebody, so maybe it's just me. So did I. Oh, hey, Damie, what's up? See, that's the problem, though. I don't identify people as hot. Like I can't look at someone and go, damn, that's hot. I want that. My brain just doesn't work that way. I believe the early Dragon Ball was censored, I think. So that's how people reacted to it. They censored it. But see, like, even for men, like I didn't desire to see, like, a guy naked. Like, if a guy was naked, I didn't care. It was like, okay, there's a penis, who cares? Like, it literally didn't mean anything to me. Like, it wasn't even something that, I wasn't, like, I don't even care about dating. Like, I'm 32, and I've never really had a boyfriend. Like, I had one guy I went on 2 dates with, and then I went, oh, fuck no. And, like, the dates didn't go beyond, like, hugging and, like, kissing once. Like, I've never been further than that, because I just don't care. I just literally fucking don't. Maybe it's just my brain. I don't know. I don't like it turned on like that, I guess. And like to be completely honest, like the horniness in like shonen anime and manga needs to fucking stop. Like it's so annoying. But it just means I'm not the demographic for it, so I'm just fine. No. No, dude, don't even, like, I have never felt attracted to a person. Some of us are just like that. Some of us just don't give a fuck. Literally give 0 fucks. I've never given fucks. A fuck to anybody. I just don't care. Like, that's not something I care about. I have never seen a person and go, oh my god, I want to fuck that. Or like, oh my gosh, like, I have to date this person. Or, oh my gosh, I have to go talk to this person. Or, like, oh my gosh, they're so hot. Like, I've never felt that. And I'm 32 years old. Like, and plus, even if I had let's just theoretically say I had a boyfriend right now, like, I would rather draw than go hang out with him. Because he ain't gonna give me my career, okay? I am. He's not gonna draw my manga for me. I am. So, like, he can F off and go do whatever he needs to do, you know, and I'm gonna sit here and work on my stuff. Like, like, my career matters more than any man does. That's how I see it. And I know that's a hot take. That is a hot take. Like, some people think that that's really wrong, or they think, oh, you just haven't found the one yet. And I'm like, no, some of us literally just don't care. Like, we exist. We're real. There are people who don't experience those things. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you said that. I'm just saying I've had people in the past be like, you just haven't found the right man yet. And I'm like, no. Especially my dad and my stepmom. But I know they're joking and it's lighthearted. So it's different with them. But like I've had some people who are like dead serious. Like, you just haven't found the right guy yet. And you're probably chasing everyone off talking like you do. And I'm like, good. Like, you know the gif where the guy like holds up the mic and he says good? Like, that's me. Good. Go away. I don't want you here. Like, if you're here to, like, try to bang me, get lost. Never gonna happen. Just saying. I'm just being honest, y'all. Yep, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. But see, that's the problem though. I don't find people that are mentally compatible with me, because most people want like attention and they want physical touch and they want all of those things. They want a family, they want to get married. I don't want any of those things. Like, that's fine. And maybe it's a topic they're uncomfortable with hearing, that's perfectly fine. Like, I am never gonna shame people for leaving my chat. If they have suddenly deemed that this is not something they're comfortable talking about, that's perfectly fine. I would rather they leave, if that's why they've left. I would rather they leave and not feel uncomfortable than stay and be made uncomfortable the entire time. Like, that's a healthy boundary. That's like a healthy person. You know what I mean? Like, they know that. So that's perfectly fine. And it's okay to, like, have your own boundaries. Like, that's perfectly acceptable. Oh, they are. Yeah, they are. Yeah, since I started talking about it, I had about 1, 2, 3, I had 4 people leave within 5 minutes. So, which is fine. but viewers come and go, so it could also just be that it's late. It also just became, like, it also just passed 11 o'clock when I started losing people, so it could be that they were leaving at the top of the hour, it could be that they were going to bed, it could be that the topic they didn't like, it could be any variety of things, and that's why I really don't focus on how many people are leaving, how many people are here. Like, I don't know the reasoning behind why someone's here or not, that's not my business, so I don't really focus on that too much. Hey, Dustin, what's up? But see, I don't even want to hug. I don't even want to acknowledge. I want to be left alone. That's the thing, though. I don't even want to acknowledge the person. Like, go to your corner and leave me alone. Like, but, like, that's how little I care. Some people just, they're not wired for relationships. They're wired to be independent. And, like, it might be a hot take. Some people are fine being alone. Like, I give 0 fucks. I would be perfectly fine living alone by myself. Like, I have my imagination and a cat. That's all I need. That's more than enough, like social engagement for me. Plus, also, like, I do community management during the day. So, like, I'm talking to people all day. The last thing I want to do is go home or, like, get offline. Like I work remotely. Like, the last thing I want to do is, like, get offline and have another person to deal with. Plus, like, and this is a selfish thing, so, like, I don't want to compromise my life, okay? I don't want to compromise. I don't want to have to figure out where we can eat because he's being picky and I'm being picky. I don't want to have to, like, share the bed. Bitch, this is my bed. Get out. Like, I don't want to have to share my bed. I don't like being touched. I hate being touched. Do not touch me. Like, and most people don't want that. They want hugs, they want kisses, they want acknowledgement. Like, they want gifts, they want to go on trips, they want to do things. I don't. I want to live my schedule, my way, and be damned anyone else says anything otherwise. Like, that's how I feel about it. And when you have a relationship, you have to sacrifice. You have to, like, compromise with someone. And I don't want to do that. So, like, I want to live my life on my terms and no one tells me what to do. And I don't want to have to compromise that. So maybe it's a selfish thing, but I recognize that within myself enough, like, or clearly enough, so I actively, like, don't go into relationships. Because I know that, like, I am not going to be a good partner. I'm going to be a very selfish partner. I'm going to be, like, a negative partner. I'm going to be, like, neglectful. So, like, I don't want someone to, like, experience me that way. So, like, I just say no. I just say no to everybody. I just say no to everyone. I'm not going to love anyone. That's the thing. Like, that type of comment right there is what's frustrating to me. It's like, oh, well, you'll fall, like, the feel is like, oh, well, you'll love someone eventually. How do you know that? I've never loved anybody. Like, that's what I do. I just say no. Yeah, like, I've had people ask me out, and I say no. Because, like, that's not something I care about. That's not something I want for myself. I want to be alone. Like, I know that's shocking to some people, but, like, I just want to be alone. I don't want to have to share my life with anyone. Like, no. Like, if it's, like, a roommate, that's different. Because, like, we're sharing or cohabitating a space for different reasons. That's a completely different thing. That's a friend. Okay, like, a friend is different than, like an intimate partner, or, like, someone that you're, like you're with, and, like, a intimate, not intimate, like, sexual, but, like, you are partnered with that person. That's completely different than, like, a roommate. Roommates I can deal with. Easy. But not a romantic partner. Plus, I don't feel love for people like that. I just don't. I just don't feel that. I have never felt that. In my 32 years, I have never felt that. Ever. And I don't think it's gonna change now. Yeah. I've met other people just like me. We're called aromantics. There's a whole word in the alphabet for us. There's aromantic and asexual people. Like, we exist. We're real. Like, that's the term for it, is aromantic. I don't fall in love with people. I don't. Like, and I've tried. Like, I tried 2 different boyfriends, okay? I gave it an honest try, and, like, these people, like, really liked me. And, like, got super depressed when I broke up with them. So, like, I gave it an honest try, and it just didn't work out with either of them, because, like, I couldn't fall in love with them. Like, I just couldn't care enough about them to, like, choose them over my work. And that was when I realized that I'm married to my work. That's like a phrase for people like me. I'm married to my job. Like, my job is my husband. That's just how it is for some people. And, I mean, I know that's extremely unusual. You know, for some people that's just a shocking concept. Or, like, an unbelievable one, maybe. But that's just how it is for some of us. And I really don't like being told, oh, you'll find someone. Hey, Michael, what's up? Like, I really don't like when people tell me that. Because you're completely invalidating my feelings and saying, oh, well, like, you just not found the right person yet. You know what I mean? Like, I know myself. Not saying that you guys have. Like, I'm just saying I've run into people that do that. And it's really frustrating. And I want to look at someone, and I want to go, how do you know, like, you actually love somebody? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, most people would rather be miserable than be alone. Never in a million fucking years. You will never catch me being with someone rather than, like, of being alone. Never in a million years. I will settle for nobody. Nobody is more important than me and my work. And not in, like, the narcissistic sense. It's like, these are my goals, and, like, these are my goals. This is what I have to do to accomplish those goals. That means more to me than any relationship. Because that's personal satisfaction. I get 0 personal satisfaction from being with another human being. Like, I'm already whole enough that I don't feel like I need another person to be satisfied with myself. Do I have some things about myself that I want to change? Yes, but these are not things that someone else can give me. So, like, someone else cannot give me top surgery so that I have no boobs. Like, that is not something like a boyfriend can give me, unless he pays for it, and then I'd feel like a freaking sugar baby or something. So, like, you know, like, that's not something someone else can give me. I already love myself, and I know I have self-worth, and I know I'm a good person 99% of the time. Like, I don't need someone else to tell me that. Like, I know I have value. I know I'm, like, it's worth existing. I don't need someone else to tell me that. You know what I mean? Like, all of those things that people say they need another person for, I don't need another person to feel that way. You know, I guess that's the way that I look at it. You know, and some people are like, well, won't you get lonely as you get older? No, I can go into a fucking nursing home and go have tons of friends. I can go have tons of friends in there. Hell yeah. I wouldn't mind. I know nursing homes aren't necessarily good things. Some of them treat people really badly. But, like, I'm not the kind of person that's gonna sit there and fucking take it either. So, like, if anyone's gonna be the trouble in the nursing home, it's gonna be me. I'm gonna be the one pissing everybody off. I have a theory people this way have naturally high impulse control. Dude, I don't get addicted to shit other than sugar. Like, I can cut sugar fine, and I can cut caffeine fine. The problem is like the physical symptoms that I go through. So, like, I'm fine. No big deal. Like, once I decided to cut it, I cut it, and I went fucking cold turkey with it. It was fine. Same thing with the sugar. Like, once I cut it, I cut it. It was fine. But, like, I just had to commit to it. No big deal. Like, I don't, like, when I see ads and stuff, I'm never swayed to buy them, ever. There's been no ad that I have ever seen that goes, you need to buy this. Like, there have been things where I'm like, oh, hey, like, that might be really helpful, But, like, I'm also such a penny pincher with my money because I'm a hardcore budgeter that, like, I can easily look at anything and justify why I shouldn't buy something. I'm such a penny pincher with my own money. So, like, I don't know. And I do pinch my own money. I hate spending money. I hate it. I hate letting go of money. I didn't used to be that way, but I am now. I learned my lesson. After I wasted so much money in college. But that was also my first time alone, so like I didn't really understand like how to be an adult yet, so. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking shit. I don't know. That is a possibility. Just being honest with y'all. I have stuff that I want to spend on. Do I have stuff that I will always spend money on? Nope. If it's not in the budget, it's not in the budget, period. That's the rule. If it's not in the budget, it's not in the budget. Your feelings don't matter. Meaning, like, my feelings don't matter. That's how I've gotten out of debt. Because I've gone, is this in your budget? No? Okay, tough luck. Go, you know, go cry about it. Oh no, we do seek relationships. We're just not willing to settle with dummies. Okay, well, no, we are. There are a couple people born in the 90s that I know of that are settled with dummies. But, like, we were also one of the first generations where, like, being open about that wasn't seen as a weakness. You know, for a really long time, being open about your sexuality and, like, what you desire in a partner, like, you know, and not hiding, like, your real self, like, that, we were really one of the first generations like that. Like, everywhere else, like when when I was a kid, like, gay was still a bad word. When I was in high school, like, coming out to someone was a huge deal. Huge deal, because you would get bullied for it. Like, and I don't mean like, oh, you gay. It was like, people would bully you about it and the teachers wouldn't do shit. Because they also wouldn't like you. Because, oh god, that's the gay kid. Like, you know, like, back then it was completely different than it is now. Plus, we didn't have internet. Like, yeah, Dustin's, like, older than I am, so, like, for him, it was even more extreme. Like, so I was in high school from years 2005, like, fall of 2005 to spring of 2009, right? So, like, mid to late 2000s, so, like, the last couple of years of the 2000s. You know, like, that was when I was in high school. It was a completely different world back then. You didn't have cell phones. Like, not everyone had a cell phone. In fact, it was actually quite rare for kids, like, high school kids to have a cell phone. Let alone parents. Like, usually if there was a cell phone, it was a parent's phone, and it was a work phone. It was the phone that their workplace gave them. Like, phones couldn't even text. Like, there were no screen phones. You didn't have internet on your phones. If you did, it was limited to email, and that was it. Or you had pagers. Like, pagers were still really popular back then. Like, I didn't even have internet at home. Like, no, pre-flip phone days. Like even older than flip phones. Like, yeah, so, like, go back before that. Like, I didn't even have internet. We still used floppy disks in high school. The little save icon that y'all kind of laugh at. Like, let me show you. It looks like this. It's like this. That's a floppy disk. Oh no, sorry, it looked like this. That's a floppy disk. Yeah, the Nokias. Yep, the Nokias. Yeah, we still had Nokias. Like, that's a floppy disk. Like, that's what these technically aren't floppy disks, they're hard disks. Scan disks. But, like, we still had those in high school. And I didn't even have any internet access at all at home until 2000. 2008? Yeah, 2008 was the first year that I had internet at home. And even then, it was connected to the phone line. So, like, if someone tried to call the house phone, you had to get off the internet. Like, and I'm a millennial. I was born in 91. So, like, it was a completely different world back then. And so, like back then, you're expected, like, back then, like, when we got into high school, they forced us to send in college applications. Yeah. So, like, that was your life. Like you grew up, you applied to college, you went to college, you left college, you got a great paying job, and then you had babies and grew old. That was the deal. And then in 2008, when literally my senior year, the economy crashed. In my senior year. Like, right as my senior year was starting, the economy crashed. So, like, yep. Well, not only that, like, those of us who graduated into the recession, like, there was no jobs for us. So, like, we're literally graduating high school and there's no jobs for us. Well, I guess I gotta go to college now because there's no jobs for us. Like, even I struggled to find a job. The only job I could find was being a busser at a restaurant. Nobody else was hiring. So... Yeah, it was a different world back then. And I feel like a lot of people, like, especially the younger folk, just, you know, and I know every generation says this, and I don't mean this in a bad way, it's just, unless you were there, you don't know. And so when people talk about us millennials, and they're like, oh, like, you know, you guys are, you know, so sensitive, it's like, yeah, we graduated into a recession. No, oh no, I graduated 2009. But, like, we had the recession didn't end, like, once 2009 hit. You know what I mean? Like, the recession lasted for a couple years. And so, like, the first couple years after I graduated college, it was really hard to find, like, a job. No worry, Mango. No worries. So, like, when I graduated, it was like, well, there's no jobs for me. So, like, I'm just gonna go to college. And that's what I did. That's what my family told me to do, is go to college, you'll get a good job, and you won't have to worry about the recession. The recession might itself have ended, but its effects did not. Very clear difference. Very different things. Just because the recession is over doesn't mean its effects aren't gone. Like, the recession, its effects lasted well into the 2010s. Especially if you lived by yourself and didn't have mommy and daddy to take care of you. Oh, yeah, they said that. Yeah, there were a lot of parents that thought that, oh, kids are just being lazy, they don't want to go do anything. And it's like, fam, like, what jobs are you talking about? Really? Okay, I don't feel so bad then. I think it was just where we grew up. We were really lucky in that we lived in, like, a good area, like a wealthy area. So, like, for us, it wasn't as big a deal. Because we lived in such a small town, we didn't feel it as hard as, like, the bigger cities did, I think. At least not until I graduated. But I spent my senior year at a different school in a different state. So, like, I spent the 5th grade through the 11th grade at one high school, well, one, like, school district. And then between my junior and senior year, we moved to a different state. So I spent my senior year at a completely different school. Is it tough to make money making graphic novels? Depends on what you mean by making graphic novels. Do you mean making profits? Do you mean making any revenue at all? Do you mean, like, making a living at it? Like, what do you mean? Because it does change my answer. Thank you all for all the likes. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And thank you for being here during this really weird discussion. I appreciate it. I know it makes some people uncomfortable, but I appreciate you guys being here. Making a living? Oh, hell yeah, it's hard to make a living making graphic novels. The profit margin for comics in general is so small that, like, you don't, like, they're, like, even, like, high-tier professionals, like Marvel and DC tier professionals, need more than one job. Or they need to be doing more than one book at a time. Like, making money doing graphic novels, like, even if you're only doing one part of it, like you're hired for DC or something, it's hard. It's really hard to make a living doing that. So, like, if you're going into graphic novel making, comic making, manga making especially, thinking I'm gonna be able to make a living at this, like, I hate to break it to you, honey, but, like, you're gonna be working, like, full-time hours or more than that. You're probably going to be working more than full-time hours. It's just the reality of the situation. Like, but what I do, like, my recommendation, honestly, to everyone who wants to get, anyone who wants to work in comics, graphic novels, manga, is to get a day job that relates to it. Or that has similar skills. You know, like, be an editor. Or, like, go do, like, if you love IT, but you also love manga, like, go work IT at a manga publisher. Or go work at a comic book shop, go work for a distribution company, like, go find something, go work at a print shop, maybe, like, that prints books and paper stuff, so you can learn other skills that are related to what you need to do, and just do that. And if you have to, job hop to different jobs that teach you different things about the industry that you need to know. That way, you're actively being trained to learn the skills that you need to learn until you can make a living off of your work. Like, and they're relevant skills, and you can meet people that you can actually network with, you know? Yeah, like, they're, like, a top tier, like, a top tier, like, a Jim Lee could get could get, like, hundreds of dollars a page. Easy. Thousands of dollars for a cover. You know, but that's fucking Jim Lee. Like, me, like, I'll be honest with you guys, when someone does commission me to do inks for a comic, and sometimes they do, sometimes I'm just helping with them. Like, sometimes I do, like, I've done a ton of drafts. I've done a ton of work for stuff that's never seen the light of day. On average, I get paid $125 to $150 a page. In order for me to make a living off of it at that rate, let me do math really quick, because here's the thing you also have to account for. You have to account for your insurance, you have to account for your taxes, because you pay more taxes when you're self-employed, you have to account for, like your retirement and your savings and all your extra bills. So for example, what I make now, I'll take what I was making before, like at my last job. So my last job, I was making $32,500 a year. Okay, that was what I was making per year. Let's divide that by, like, that's without tax. Like, that's before taxes taken out. Okay, so let's divide that by 12. Let's do some math, and I'll show you why this is hard. File new. I'll show you why this is so difficult. So I was making, I was making 30, this was my last job. I was at a print shop, per year. That's what I was making per year. If you divide that by 12, that gives you, $2,708 per month. And then pay roughly 20% in taxes. So I only get to keep 20% of that. So that means I got to keep of that money, see, times 0.8. I got that. That's about right. 2166. Basically, that's how much I got to keep. This is taxes. And that was a roughly 20% tax. Because the state I lived in had no state income tax, so I only paid about 20% in taxes. So, like, no, it's okay. No, this is educational for people who want to do this kind of stuff. So this is perfectly fine. Plus, it gives my brain a break from drawing. So don't ever apologize for this. To live on. Okay. So watch how fast this money evaporates, right? So let me shrink this. This is how fast this money evaporates. And by the way, this was about $16 per hour. Roughly. It was about 16 bucks an hour. And full time. Okay. So if I have this much money to live on, I have $2,166 to live on. My rent at the time was $650. So 2166 minus 650 gives me 1516. So this is rent, right? Minus my health insurance, which was $326 back then. Whoopsie. So minus, oopsie, 326, which, keep in mind, this is with my employer paying half. So this is 50% of healthcare. 50%. My healthcare at the time was actually almost $700 a month, but my employer was paying half of it. So you have to take that into account. Healthcare can be hella expensive. So if I do 1516 minus 326, that gives me 1190. Oh, and then I have to minus my student loans, which is $300. It's almost $300 on the nose. So minus 300. So that's student loans. That leaves me with $890. And then I have my cell phone payment, which is $124. So minus 124, 766. Right? Yeah. So 766, that's a phone. Oh, and then you have utilities. So let's see, utilities were about $200. So 766, and that's everything from water, sewage, trash, electricity. So for me, it averaged about $200, kind of plus or minus about 25 bucks, depending on how much electricity I used. So oopsie, utilities. So that leaves me 566. This 566 has to account for everything else, including gas. I'll say gas, a car note, meaning like, do you have car payments to make? It also has to account for food, house stuff, rent insurance, because you have to have that if you're renting in a lot of places. So that, that's not even counting all of these things. So you can see how really quickly, like, this money, yeah, vet bills, yep, pet stuff. So, like, that's how quickly, like, your money evaporates, even if you're making $30,000+ a year. Like, that's how quickly this money evaporates. Like, for me at least. Not everyone has student loans, but switch student loans out for a car note. And car notes usually cost more than $300 a month. So, like, you can see how really quickly you get down to this much. Now, here, I'll show you the same number, like, with, like, your self-employed tax. I can, yes. I work remotely. But that doesn't change that much. Like, I am saving about $200 a month in gas, but that $200 a month is instead going to my dental bills. Like, so, like, I'm still spending that money because I have dental bills. Like, oh, and by the way, every time you go into the doctor, to the or to the vision doctor or into the dentist, you have to pay a copay. So, like, every time you walk in, boop, there's 45 bucks. Every time. Oh, you have an emergency? You have to go to the ER? $400. $400 to walk into the ER. That's how much it cost. So, like, life is expensive. Alright, so let's divide that by 12 again. I forgot what number that was. 2708. Yeah. Okay, so let's say you're self-employed. Your self-employed taxes are basically twice that amount, right? Self-employed taxes, easy number to put up there is like 35%, right? So times you get to keep 65%. Right? Is that about right? About 35% for self-employment taxes? That was, when I was self-employed, about 35% was my average, between 30 and 40. It kind of depended on how much I made. Yeah, okay, I thought so. So 2708 times 0.65, and this is how much you get to keep each month. This is how much you get to keep. 706. Versus, on the other one, we were starting with 2166. That's self-employed. Versus 2166 working a normal job. Oh, and by the way, you still have all the same expenses. You actually have more expenses. So here's something else to consider. Your healthcare costs more. You also have to pay into retirement. Your retirement is all on you. It's all by yourself. You don't get any help with retirement. So like, imagine you're starting off with about $460 less. You have $400, so you're minus $460 outside the gate. If you had like all of the same expenses, remember we had we had $566 to cover all of these things. That includes like your food, your gas, your car note, all of the margin here is $566. Let's just pretend you don't need any of that stuff. And then the margin we have here is only $460. So you're gonna have $102 left. And that's before you even get to your food. Can you live off your food? Can your food and your car notes and your pet stuff, can you cover all of that with $100? No, you can't. You can't. You'd have to go on food stamps, food banks, you'd have to beg. What about your car? How are you going to travel to events and conventions? How are you going to pay for a convention booth? With all of that money? You can't. You can't. So that's why I tell people, go work a regular job in your field or in a related field. Graphic novels barely sell for more than they cost to make. In general. Sure, you can mark them up, 50, you can mark them up 200-300% if you want, but are they actually going to sell? Maybe, maybe not. People also don't consider, when you go to print a graphic novel, the more you, most, offset printers won't even turn their printers on for less than 500 copies. And when you have something, an order as small as 500 copies, those books may cost you $5 or $6 each. Easy. Depending on how thick it is. For a manga-sized graphic novel, you're easily looking at between $5 and $10 per book just to print it, if you only go with 500 copies. So and that's the other thing, you have to generate the money to get the thing printed in the first place. That's why people do crowdfunding, is because they can't afford the printing costs on their own. So this is why living on your own is so difficult, especially here in the States. Because we don't have universal health care. We don't have pension and retirement plans guaranteed. Social Security we have, yes, but you have to pay into it. Whatever you pay into it during your working life is what you get like once you hit retirement age, and they keep pushing back retirement age. I see people like balking in France about the retirement age. I'm like, you should come over here to the States and see what the retirement age is over here. Like, I have the feeling that I'm never going to retire. I'm going to die with the pen in my hand. That's what it feels like, and I'm kind of okay with that at this point. I hate Amazon though. I hate Amazon. I don't even order from Amazon unless it's the only option. Fuck Amazon. Fuck Jeff Bezos. He can go fuck himself. Like, excuse my language. Like, I would never sell on Amazon. I will never sell on Amazon. Unless it proves... Oh my god, Miso! You okay? You okay, Babs? You want to sit here? Want to sit here? You okay, Miso? Come here. You okay? Let me see. Let me see. Come here. Are you okay? Let me see your head. You okay, Babs? Yeah? Just a little sore? Okay. Silly girl. You gotta be careful. You scared me. You're alright. Yeah. Are you purring now? You're okay. You're alright, Babs. Alright, I'll let you go do what you were doing. Alright, you be careful now, okay? Yeah, they're trying to kill Social Security here. Most of the money that the boomers would be using for retirement, that's what we're paying now. Basically, the money that we pay in now goes directly to the boomers. And anyone else that's retired. Some of them are Gen Xers now. But, like, that money is gone. It's not there. It's not sitting in there for us. It's basically one giant IOU. So, like, if by the time my generation retires, it's going to be Gen X and Gen Alpha that's paying for it. And eventually, someone's going to end up with a short stick. It's a game of hot potato, basically. Yeah, it's kind of sucky. That's the reality we live with, you know? Yeah, sorry. Sorry to get all, like, political for you guys. Yeah, and that's the thing. You have to be able to draw, you have to love what you do to make manga. Oh, it'll be around. We don't need to go all apocalyptic on ourselves. Yep, a lot of European countries are trying to go with privatized healthcare. Like, their politicians are starting to do that stuff too. Which is really sad to see. And some people are voting for it. They're like, oh, this is gonna be great. And I'm like, no. Fight it, fight it. Oh, yeah. That's because people just started to have too many kids. They thought, oh, the population will keep growing forever, so let's just keep having babies. And, like, now there's just not enough people to support the aging population. And, like, they're expecting us to fork up for them, and it's like, no, fuck you. That's my money you're taking. You can go make your own fucking money. Like, don't steal from me because you didn't plan well enough. You know what I mean? Like, shit. Like, what's even worse is the people who had kids thinking like their kids are gonna like pay their way as like like retirement and stuff. My mom was talking about that. She was like, "Oh, well, you can take care of me when I'm older." I'm like, "Fuck no, no way. That's your problem." Like, nope. Yep. Yeah, basically what the problem that Japan is having is the problem everyone else will be having soon enough. And that's the other thing that people tell me is they're like, who's gonna take care of you when you're older? Don't you feel unfulfilled without having a child? No. I feel plenty fine, thank you very much. But having a child is the most amazing thing that you can do. I'm like, is it? Because you look like you've not slept in 3 weeks. I'm like, shit. Oh my gosh, all my friends are having babies. And like there's a joke that they're all looking at me as like the last one, and I'm like, "Oh, hell nah, fam. You might as well just give up." Oh, well, you'll really like it once you do. There's nothing greater than the day your baby is born. And I'm like, "Yeah, the day they're never born." Like and then they get all mad that like I can go do stuff and they can't. Like, "Oh, it must have been so nice to go enjoy Comic-Con. I wouldn't have been able to like find someone to watch my kids for that long." It's like, I don't have kids because I planned ahead. You're the one who married the first person who said he loved you. Like, damn. Plus, I didn't pay my way to San Diego. It was paid for me, so like, that didn't come out of my own pocket. People be thinking I have all this money and I don't. I'm broke as fuck. I'm broke as everybody else is. I still have $28,000 to pay off, okay? I'm still broke. Until that is paid off, I am still broke. How are they affording kids? They're going into debt. I have a friend, I'm not gonna say who it is, but I have a friend who they're same age as me. They have two, oh fuck yeah. Like, they say the cost of raising one kid from, like, let's see, what's the cost? Let's see, what is cost of raising a child? So the average, so raising a, so it says the average, what is the average cost of raising a child in the United States? Well, it can vary due to geography and cost of childcare. $310,000 is the average amount spent on a child born in 2015. So that was almost 10 years ago, and it cost, yeah. Fuck you, Washington Post. Here we go. Department of Agriculture. I didn't mean to click on the Washington Post one. Here we go. Yeah, it says, based on the most recent data from the Consumer Expenditure Survey in 2015, a family will spend approximately almost $13,000 annually per child in a middle-income two-child married couple family. Middle-income married couples, of a child born in 2015 may expect to spend $284,000 if projected inflation costs are factored in for food, shelter, and other necessities to raise the child to the age of 17. This also does not count the cost of education. So where does all that money go? For middle income family, housing units are the largest share with 29% of total child rearing costs. Food, second at 18%. Childcare and education, for those with the expense, is third at $16,000. Of course, or sorry, at 16%. Expenses vary depending on the age of the child. So like basically, it's roughly $300,000 per child is what it costs to raise them through the age of through all the way through to high school graduation. Plus, does the kid have extracurricular activities? Does the kid have hobbies they want to do? What does the kid want to do? Are you able to do anything? Are you taking the kids on vacations? What are you doing? How many kids do you have? That's why it's so expensive. That's why stuff like the child care tax credit or whatever is a big thing. It's because that's basically free money that the parents get. Excuse me. Yeah, it gets expensive to have kids. The other thing for me, the reason why my family pressures me so much is I'm the last female in my family. And my brother was the last male in the family that can carry the family name. And there are some I feel like there's some expectations for me to carry on the family, and I don't want to do that. I'm not your fucking baby machine to make the family name last longer. My family's never treated me that way, but I've seen other people treated that way, and it's really sad. Oh yeah, hospital bills, injuries, yep, vaccinations, all that fun stuff. School costs and transportation costs and all that stuff you gotta buy first year. It adds up. Oh my god, I could never have a child. I would never. Never, ever, ever, ever. Dude, same. I would feel guilty too. I'd be like, sorry kiddo, you're not gonna have a world to live in. Good luck, bye! like on the US, I'm more Eastern Central. Yeah, basically, Justin. Basically. Reminds me of that meme where it's like, and for a minute we had the best stocks ever, blah 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 blah, and like looking all like it's like this businessman sitting around the fire with like all these kids that are like in rags and look like they're starving. That's what that makes me think of. Hello, how you doing? You finally caught a stream. I mean, that's close enough. Oh, nice, nice. Yep, I'm just trying really hard to get this panel done. Suddenly forgot what Aros looks like. I love it when I forget my own character design. Yeah. This picture of Aros, I swear, is so bad. Never been to Tamaulipas, but I hear it's violent. Oh geez. I've never been to Mexico before. I've been to Costa Rica though. I think that makes sense though. Like if that's somewhere that you're like used to growing up, I think that makes sense. Or if that's somewhere that like you spend a lot of time growing up, you know, that also makes sense. I lived in so many places that I don't have a place that feels like home per se. I have like one place I would prefer over the other ones that to me feels the closest thing to home, but I moved so much growing up that I don't really have like that kind of home. You know what I mean? Like, if I wanted to go show someone my childhood home, I'd have to go to about a dozen different places. In a dozen different cities. So, I don't have that. That's what I'm saying, yeah. I don't have, like, a specific place that I would go to. I'm a military brat, so, like, home was always wherever we were. Like, when you move around a lot, you learn to not get attached to places, you get attached to, like, people. You know what I mean? In the sense that, like, people mean more than, like, where you are. Or, like, you're not afraid to, like, pick up and start over because, like, you just take everything you live, like, with you. What the fuck? Every day is Inktober to me. There is no month that isn't Inktober for me. It's just forever Inktober. In ArtCrumbs land. I thought about doing Sketchtober this year, but I don't think I even have time for that. Well, you know what? I do. I have an entire one-shot I gotta get drawn this month. Well, maybe not this month. I'll, like, sketch it out. Like, I need to at least get the name done. I want to pick a new layer because I have to do this one in perspective. So I have to do some transformation here. So let's get this. And deco. It's turned ever so slightly. Oh shit, I didn't think about that part. I forgot to copy it onto a different layer. I was like, why is it erasing everything else? That's good though. Like, it's nice to see that people had good childhoods. Like, that makes me happy. I can't say mine was bad. I mean, it just wasn't normal. Yeah, I can agree with the nostalgia for the 90s. I don't remember a lot of the 90s because I was so young. Like, what I do remember was nice. I like school. In fact, I just went back to class today for my first Japanese class. 91, so by the time I was old enough to remember, like a lot of it was, oh, have a good night, Sergio, thank you for stopping by, take it easy. I may or may not be here, we'll see how long I end up staying. Because I do have to go to bed to get up for work, so. I'm not sure when I'm going to do that, though. I'm having a good time, though. So, I'll keep going. Oh my gosh, Huff! No, don't say that! Lord have mercy. I'm usually one of the older ones. You know what's really crazy? Like, people are like, oh my god, 20 is so old. And if, like, you tell people in Discord that you're 32, they're like, oh my god, like, are you, like, a groomer? And it's like, no. Like, I have every right to use Discord too, you know. Damn. It's crazy. I'm going to start the nursing home. Yeah, you better get it ready, Dustin, because when I come in there, rocks and trees and dots every day, baby. Every day. Sorry, I'm eating my rice. I'm not looking forward to cleaning out my mouth later. It's gonna suck. What happened to being called cougars? I don't know. I guess cougar isn't the hip word to use. Everyone's so paranoid about, like, what do you think the spade, like, or they, like, automatically assume if you're older, like, you have a malicious reason for being there. The stranger danger is too real. Alright, let's do our bamboo grass. Kind of joking, I'm like, y'all hurt my feelings. I feel like I've not done that much. It's been 3 hours, and I feel like I've barely done anything. Oh, hi Solo, what's up? Oh, did you change your username? Are you a different person? When did that happen? Great job for me noticing, Cat. Great job. Oh yeah, after a certain point, people just assume you've got like bad intentions. After a certain point, they'll just like automatically assume it. They'll like just assume you're being a creep. Oh, I was like, wait a minute. There's too much texture going on, so I'll have to make some adjustments in a bit. Yeah, this is the problem. Alright, let's do some erasing here. There shouldn't be any in here. Bye, Dustin. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Take it easy. Yeah, I have to work tomorrow too, but I just don't care. I mean, I do care, but like I don't. You know what I mean? Let's play Find the Layer. Five hours is plenty. Let's see. 5 hours of sleep? Yeah, it's what I usually do. Back in the old days, you would have been up when I... Yep. Back in the old days when I would stream for like 12 hours straight. Back in my day, I'd stream for 12 hours. And I liked it. Which I did. But that was before I had responsibilities, Dustin. I have to be responsible now. Ew, responsibilities. Gross. Ew. Back in my day, I had to walk 10 miles in the snow barefoot just to stream. And we didn't even get that HD good shit.
We had to settle for cable. The horror. The horrors of cable. You had to get up to change the channel. Can you imagine?
Okay. Ouch. Leave them youngins alone. Leave them kids alone. Oh, guys, guess what? We get to do the thing. We get to do the thing. Let's see if I can find it. Do I have it in here? I've been waiting for you guys to make this, to say something like that, just because now I get to do this.
Get off my lawn!
Do you guys know how long I've been waiting to use this GIF? At like the perfect time.
It's been 84 years!
And yes, that's also a joke. If you guys don't know the 84 years joke, you're too young to be my friend.
I'm up.
You're older than I am, Huff, so technically... Technically, I'd have to get off your lawn. Huff, don't put us down like that. We deserve more respect than that. I'm nobody's brick wall. I'm a brick house. Oh, my teeth hurt. So much artwork, so much pain and suffering. It's the pain that fuels the art. Yeah.
Pain.
Without love, pain. Can't get enough pain. Like a broke, 'cause I'd rather feel pain than nothing at all. If you don't know that song, we can't be friends. Good. I'm not surprised you do. Chaos. It's pure chaos. This looks like crap. I thought just to fucking get rid of this gradient, because I feel like the gradient's just ruining everything. Just go with the black and white. Screw the gradient. Actually, I want to try something really quick. Okay, guys, I need y'all's opinions. The people of this court. I implore you to lend me your ear. So, do we want it all black, like an all black fill, so that it's like rimlet? Because this is the first time we're seeing this character, and like we're gonna do a reveal later. So basically, like what happens with this character is they're talking about her, and then later here you see her silhouette. So that's why I'm showing her silhouette here. But I'm not, like, I feel like it looks better when it's not filled in. I feel like this makes the art look better, but I feel like it also, like, ruins the surprise of, like, what the character looks like, because we run into this character later. Like, after we see this character here, she vanishes. So, like, she doesn't stay very long. So, like, would you rather see something like this so that you recognize the character later, or do you feel like something like this is fine? That's what I was thinking, yeah. It sets the mood much better. Sort of like she's like this like dark looming figure over here. Well, there's a lot of characters with wings like this. There's gonna be a lot of them, but at the moment we only know of one, and it's this character. Yeah, I did stream during the COVID era. I'm not sure how much I streamed during the COVID era, but yes, I did. Let's see, COVID was 20... I didn't stream, like, super consistently, though. Yeah, I didn't stream super consistently. Like, the oldest stream that I have goes back to 3 years ago. So yeah, that would have been 2020. But I wasn't, like, super consistent with my streams. You guys will recognize Nuke Rooster if you go back and look at my older streams. You'll recognize that, like, we would stream together a lot. So yeah, we did that a lot. So they were my roommate at one point. That's how I know Nuke Rooster. But I've known them longer than that. I've known them, like, I've known you, what, like 10 years, bro? If you're still here. I think, oh, you might be at lunch. Now that I look at the time, you might be at lunch. And if you are, that's fine. You focus on eating your lunch. or your break or whatever you're doing. 'Cause, it'd be either like break time or lunchtime over there for you if you're working late tonight. But yeah, so like I streamed a lot in 2021, and then I just randomly stopped. The reason why I stopped is because my job started getting extremely stressful, and I ended up working for Wacom for a little bit, like helping them out, like setting up their broadcasting and like giving them feedback and like helping them like get all that set up so that they can do their broadcasts better. And then I picked up again in early 2022, and I had a couple streams like that I did. And then I kind of started again in October of last year, and like tried again and just couldn't stay like super consistent. I think I went all the way to November, and then I stopped again until like July, like early July, and that like since then I've been pretty consistent. Wait, I said what on the first stream? What did I say? I don't even remember. About Nuke? Yeah, Nuke was in here a little bit ago. Oh, the COVID era thing, yeah. Alright, well, I'll leave the black fill in since you guys like that. I only stream here. I do not stream on Twitch. The only place you can find my streams are here. And then I'd like to start doing like shorts, like do like mini time lapses and snippets of certain things. And something I'd like to start doing too. Alright, so let's get the rest of the bamboo in here. Alright, that will probably go, yeah, down here. Is that this? Yeah. So that needs to go right here. Let's get the rest of these bamboos in. The problem is like finding time to edit them, honestly. That's the problem with shorts. It's just finding the time to edit them. And I hate editing. It's why I don't make a lot of long form content, just because I just don't enjoy it. But I have a bunch of the Think Like a Mangaka recorded. I just need to get them edited and out to you guys. Oh, it's auto-saving. Ew, no, I'm none of the free editors I liked. I didn't like any of the free ones. I tried all the free ones, but I didn't like any of them. I think I pay $22 a month for mine. But I also use it for work reasons, so that's why I wanted to like get a good one. I'm using Filmora. nice, nice. That makes sense. Oh, that sucks. A lot of people really liked Maya. Like the Maya Light was good, I heard. That's so dumb. Oh, they want you to buy the flex tokens that cost $6 per day at $3 a token. Wow. So you can use only regular Maya, and you need to buy coins to use that. What the fuck? What? Wow, that's worse than Unity. That's arguably worse than Unity. Or was it Unreal? Whichever one it was. I just like... Yeah, that's lame. I didn't think that one could really get worse. RAP. How's that been? Excuse me, sorry. might be a shonen thing, but there might be an end to long story manga. Nope, not at all. Nope. Nope, that's not gonna be a thing. I highly doubt that. I would be shocked if that was a thing. They're not trying to kill mangaka. That's just a work culture thing. That's just what they do. Like, they're in fact, quite the opposite is happening. A lot of laws are being passed in Japan to help better the life of mangaka and work-life balance in general. So technically, quite the opposite is happening. The thing, though, that we have to consider is, like, well, whether it's acceptable or not, their work culture is completely different than ours. We can't be passing judgment on, like, how our culture is as far as, like, work and how theirs is. That's not really something that we can, like, we can say, hey, like, we think this is wrong, or hey, we think this is fine. But, like, we're not, like, there, you know, like when, like, yeah. Like, it's sad and it's unfortunate, but, like, that's what it is. Is it healthy? No. Does it need changed? Yes. But that's just something you have to consider when going into, like, this line of work. You know, as it is at the moment, which is really sad that people have to think about that. Like, I wish people didn't have to think about that, but you do. Like, can you commit to something like that? Because, so here's why that matters, okay? So these companies work months in advance. The printers for those things are scheduled sometimes a year in advance. So, like, if you miss a deadline, the entire system can fall apart. Like, you're gonna get behind, the person behind you is gonna get behind, like, every single person in the chain falls behind if you miss your deadlines. So, that's why, like, in this industry, missing your deadlines is such a sin. Because not only does it make you look bad, it makes your company look bad, it makes everyone look bad. And it's gonna make everyone look bad to their company. So, like, you mess up the chain, and, like, literally hell will rain down on you. Like, depending on the situation. Like, if you're in that kind of ecosystem where the timing matters so much, like, it's even worse in Western comics, because there's like so many people. Like, there's your inker, your penciler, your colorist, your letterer. Like, if one person messes up, the next person will have less time to do their job, which means they have to basically make up for your slack or your emergency or, like, whatever happened to make you be late. So, like, that's why in this industry, like if you set deadlines and you work in a team environment, do not miss your deadlines. They don't care. Oh, like in Western comic artists, that doesn't work. You can't do that, though. You cannot do that. Not when it comes to printing, because I will tell you, the majority, like, as someone who worked in printing for 3 years, those printers are running, like, constantly. From the time they open to the time they shut down, those printers are running constantly. Like, they finish one job, boom, immediately start the next one. There is no break. Those people don't get breaks, because here's the thing, they're not just printing that particular manga, that particular company. They're printing other companies, they're printing other people, they're printing other stuff. Like, there might be a few printers that only specialize in, like, 1 or 2 publishers, but that doesn't happen for everybody. You have to consider, like, you are not the only person printing. You have other people that are also trying to print as well, and other books that are trying to be printed. So, like, those things have to be scheduled in advance because of the amount of time it takes to make those orders. Those printers they can run fast, yeah, but there are going to be errors, there are going to be things that mess up. That's why everything is done in advance, so that, say, a print goes badly, or there's a bad cut on, like, X number of books, there's time to get them reprinted if it has to be done, and that will be done at a huge markup and lost to the publisher. So like when you work in that kind of field, there is a lot less room for mistakes just because of the nature of the work. So like it's not something that's going to be able to be fixed. Like unless you go to like a smaller printer that has less orders, but guess what? They're probably going to charge you more. And they may not do as good a job because they may not have the money to invest in the higher level equipment. So like, and they may have less expertise in specifically what you want them to print. So like plus also you need to be consistent. So like you don't want to change printers and change paper and change ink halfway through a print job or even between a volume. Like that does happen, but like it looks bad. Like I have 2 Shaman King volumes that look like they were printed on different paper. I don't know if it's like a book problem, like was one of them left in the sun? I don't know, but like they are expanding. That's the thing. It's an absolute, like, it's a billion or trillion dollar industry. Like, there's a manga called like The Right Way to Jump, and it goes over that entire process. And it is not something like they are expanding, but the problem is these printers take up entire warehouses. This is not something that they can just add on a side room and add in another printer. These printers take up entire warehouses. But that's the problem. That's why, like, when you add more people, that's natural. I mean, you add more gears, more moving parts, there's going to be more of a problem. That's why in Western comics, they're trying to get less people to work on stuff. Like, they're trying to get more people that do, like, more than one task, so that there isn't a bottleneck to the system. Like, there's less people working on it. That is the one upside that people like me, or like those of us that work on our comic alone have, is we are the only person working on it, but it comes with a double-edged sword. If we aren't working, there's nothing being done. You know what I mean? That's just unfortunate. That's just unfortunate the nature of the industry. Like, for example, I had 2 printers running. Do you know what could kill my printer? Dust. Dust destroyed my printer. Static destroyed my printer. Cold weather destroyed my printer and made it unusable, where I would have to spend half a day fixing it. Those printers break down all the time. Those types of printers. That's just the nature of those machines. And like you have to, yeah, it's awful. I did 3D printing, but I also helped with the upstairs with like the vinyls and decals and stuff. So like I never did like offset book printing, but I had a friend who did, and like they would show me how their process worked. But like I've worked in printing in general, and if book printing is anything like worse, or at least like as the same level as crazy as a type of like custom fabrication printing that I did, I can only imagine. I printed on things like glass, metal, plastic, crystal, stone, brick. I printed on all kinds of things. Like when you're printing something, there's like the only thing you can really do in between is like prepare the next job. And I can tell you that was basically my life. I was running between 2 different printers, one printer printing cups, or like round things, and the other printer printing flat stuff. I was constantly running between those 2 printers and the 2 computers, because each printer had its own computer. I was constantly running. Oh, and by the way, I had to clean material, I had to pack material. I was the only person in that print room. So like if that was anything like what I had to do, I can only imagine how tough that is. Yeah. Why does top mangaka welcome international competitions but don't respect foreign mangaka? Like, where are you getting the idea that like top mangaka don't respect foreign mangaka? Where are you getting that idea? I've never heard like, and when you say top mangaka, I'm assuming you mean like jump mangaka. Like, I've never heard them say anything against like a foreign mangaka. I've never heard that before. Who do you mean by like top mangaka? Because top mangaka, I think, is incredibly subjective. Like, do you mean like Oda, Togashi, like Kishimono? Like, is that who you're talking about? Because I've never heard them say bad things about foreign mangaka. Personally. I mean, that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. Maybe I've just not seen it, but... They usually give praise because they think foreigners to them might not be able to handle the pressure. Yeah, and even if they did, Disney is a huge influence among anime, so to be fair, yeah. Yeah, I know when I was talking to, like, Japanese mangaka, they were really shocked that, like, okay, so the problem is a lot of foreign mangaka do not understand how the industry works. They think they know how the industry works, and when you are trying to get published in Japan, the thing is there's a specific system that you tend to go through. Usually, so like I've talked to like Hisashi-san about this, and typically the way that it works if you want to get published in Japan by a publisher is you submit one-shots. You submit the hell out of one-shots, and they publish the one-shot. First you submit the one-shot to see if they want to publish it, and if they think it's a good idea, then they'll work with you to finish your one-shot, and then get it published, and then they'll see how it performs, how readers liked it, and then if they like it, then you can pitch a idea for a series to them, and if they like the series pitch, then they'll go ahead and let you like work with the series. The amount of mangaka, like even in Japan, that actually get published is so incredibly rare, and to find a foreign mangaka that actually understands that process, understands how they think about making manga, because making manga and making comics are two completely different things. They have different processes, they have different paneling aspects, they have different story plot structures, they are completely different. Even though yes, technically manga are comics, the entire approach is completely different. The other way that you can get published in Japan is by winning a contest. And when you win a contest, it's usually a one-shot. Like, you don't get to debut in Shonen Jump, like, just because you won a contest. Like, that's not how that works. So, like, that's why it's so, like, that's why it may feel like they're shitting on them, is because it's like, you don't understand how the process actually works here. You think it's as easy as like sending your series to a publisher and them accepting it, because that's how it works here in the United States, for example, and that's not how it works in Japan. Yeah, so like it is incredibly rare. Yeah, Boichi is like one of those rare examples. Like the exception does not make the rule. Like, he was an exception, but he also had a one-shot. Like, he had a one-shot. Like, it started from a one-shot. He still had to go through a lot of the steps. He may have skipped a couple, but that's insanely rare. But, I mean, like, and, you know, look at Tabata, for example. Obata, you know, for example. He can draw really well, but every time he's trying to write his own series on his own, it gets axed. Every single time. So, like, he's an artist, not a writer/artist. Like, he can write, but he's a better artist than he is writer. So, like, just because you're already published in Shonen Jump, like, doesn't mean anything. They still treat you the same as anyone else. Also, when there's an edit... Oh, actually, I'll show you guys this, because my hand's starting to hurt. Like, I'm gonna show you guys this thing really quick. Let me see. So... Okay, I'll show you this article. Okay, so this article, let me put it in English for you guys. And this is of course roughly translated, so take everything with a grain of salt. Like, let me find, okay, so right here, this is really, really important for you guys to pay attention to. Let's see. It's quite shocking that new authors, for the users will stop reading, but how many users stop reading? Basically, like, the main thing you need to pay attention to is, like, this part right here. Basically, it says that, after that, most users tend to decide whether to read the first 3 or 5, decide whether to read after the first 3 or 5 pages. So basically, your hook has to be set within the first 3 to 5 pages. No more than 10 pages. It depends on how many pages you have in a chapter. For longer chapters, it could be 10. For the average chapters that are like 16 to 20 pages, it'd be 3 to 5. As the page progresses, the number of readers becomes less likely to decrease, meaning, like, the further along somebody gets, so, like, the further someone reads into your book, the less likely they are to stop reading. When 99.8% or more of readers from the previous page read the next page, it is felt that the number of readers has settled down. Basically what that means is once your like page to page retention rate, meaning from page A to page B, like 99.8% of people moved on, meaning they kept reading. From page B to page C, 99.8% of readers kept going. From page C to page D, 99.8% of readers kept going. Basically, like, they're basically saying that you need a nearly 100% reading retention, page to page. That is when you hit your commitment point. That commitment point, and I'll actually use my analytics and I'll show you this, because I found this part in my own manga. So let me turn this off. So like, you see right here how it levels off? Finally, right here, this is one of those commitment points. This is one of those commitment points right here. So my readers, this is the old version of Godsbane, this is why I'm redoing it. My commitment point was 20 pages in. 20 pages in. That's redonkulous, guys. That's too long. That is way too long for my commitment point to finally kick in. So that's why I decided to redo it. As I was losing, let's see, I started, they also said, here's the other part that's really, really important. Yeah, if here we go. If it's a work that doesn't have a strong grip, it may take 20 pages. So like, it took 20 pages, so like my hook was really, really weak. And then, there was one, here we go. So here's the reading retention, okay, right? So like this number here is the reading retention, like the percent rate. And then the number here is like how long they're spending on a page, right? So this blue line, it's really, really normal that you lose 20 to 30% of readers on the first 2 pages. It's really, really normal. Let me see if I can find where it says that. Sorry, I don't have ad block on, you guys, my bad. I usually leave it off when I'm on YouTube. Oh, it's written in there somewhere. Okay, well, either way, so like, at first they lose a ton of readership at the beginning, because people may click on it accidentally, they may not intend to like read that thing, like they may have like bookmarked it for later, so like the first couple pages, like they're gonna be crazy, but that's what they meant by the like 3 to 5 pages. Most of the people that have decided to stay will stay. And you can see right here on page like 5 and 6, boom, like it stabilized. It went to 99.8 and it stabilized. This is what they're looking for when they look for a series that performs well. Like, this is their standards. That's why it is so difficult. Like, this is Jump standards. This is for Jump Plus or Jump Rookie, sorry. So like, that, which is Jump Rookie, is basically the Japanese version of Manga Plus. It's the same monthly contest. Like, these are the standards they're looking for. It's not just how pretty the work is. It's not just how many reads the work gets. It's not just how many follows or engagements or comments it gets. They're looking at this information as well to determine if it's worth working with you or continuing to work with you. Right, but see, you were obviously the right demographic for that. So, like, you're an exception. Like, That's why I liked Global Comics. That's why, like, when I found Global Comics, I decided to stay on Global Comics. It's because they give me that information. Look at that average view duration of 40 minutes. Hell yeah! But yeah, so like when they're trying to decide if like a work is worth it, that's the kind of stuff they're looking for. Those are the standards you have to meet. So it's not just, oh, this work is good, this work is bad. It's like, is this work good enough to meet our standards? Like, that's how they decide those things. What do you mean standards for all audiences? Do you mean like shonen, seinen, blah blah blah? That's just shonen jumps, like Jump Rookie. That's what they look for in a series to know if it's performing well. So the title of the article is Interview with Mr. K in charge of data for Shonen Jump Plus. Can you tell a reader's behavior with numbers? How do you create a one-shot that will keep readers looking your way? And so like the reason why they looked at this data is here. It says we collect and manage each user's actions within this app and the data. So it's every single user that's on Shonen Jump Plus. That's what that data was. So it was all audiences. Didn't matter what the series was, that was the data. In particular, pages for reading manga that contain a large amount of information. And we collect data not only on the number of views per page, but also what page a user leaves on if they stop reading halfway through. We also collect the time each page is open, so basically how long do they spend on the page. Therefore, works on Jump Plus are basically collected on two axes, the number of views per page and the viewing time. There are users who open the viewer unintentionally due to in-app advertisements that encourage them to view works, or users who open the viewer unintentionally due to mistaken taps, and users who open the viewer because they like the thumbnail but leave because they don't like the atmosphere of the first page. For most one-shot works, 20 to 30% of users leave after the first page. After that, most users decide whether to read within the first 3 to 5 pages. Like... yeah, on every single reader. It didn't matter what type it is. And like honestly, like it's gonna be the same. It doesn't matter if it's shonen, seinen, josei, kodomo, shoujo. It doesn't matter. Like it's generally gonna be like each demographic is slightly different and will have slightly different behaviors. But in general, like I would feel like that's pretty widespread, just varying slightly with the numbers. I am not going to Namikomi. Like I'm staying with Global Comics. I'm like probably for obvious reasons. Like I'm not going to Namikomi. Like the CEO of Namikomi followed me on Twitter. So like I don't know why. Maybe he just wants to follow other industry people, which is fine. I will welcome him to follow me. But like I'm not going to Namikomi. I'm not chasing other apps. Like I'm going to stick with one. Like and if people want to read, they have to go to Global Comics, or they have to buy it from me. The only other place it might be is Manga Plus. That's the only reason. I will never go to Webtoon. Never again. I deleted my stuff from Webtoon when I had like 5,000 subs, and I will never go back. Not after how I was treated there. Never. Never go back. Fuck Webtoon. Fuck the reader base there. They're assholes. I was treated so badly, and like maybe it's different now. But when I was there, like, I was working 70-something hours a week at my day job. So, like, I was working 70-something hours a week. I was an assistant manager between 3 gas stations. So, like, I was on call 24/7, 7 days a week. I was always on call. And so, like, my job, like, took precedent over stupid comic pages. Right? So, like, I had... No, there's always controversy at Webtoon, but I'm talking about my specific, like, experience on Webtoon. Sorry guys, I'm taking a break, my hands are starting to hurt. Basically, so, like, my experience there was people were constantly complaining that my episodes were too short, my episodes were in black and white, like, that I wasn't making them in vertical format for them. Like, it was hard enough for me to finish 1 page a week, and like that wasn't good enough for them. So what I did is I started posting once a month so that I would have larger updates. That still wasn't good enough for people. Oh, why are updates taking so long? Why did you slow down? Sometimes I would miss an update because I had to work so much. Like, I regularly worked 60 hours a week at that job. Regularly. So like, and if I was on call, so an employee got sick, I had to go in, or something happened. We had a break-in and a robbery at my store once while I was working there. Like, we had someone smash our door and go steal everything. Like, we had someone crash into our building. Like, we had shit happen. Like, that's just the nature of, like being an assistant manager or acting manager. At one store, I was an acting manager until they could hire a new manager. So, like, that is a shitload of responsibility because I have employees to manage, I have books to count, I have math to do, I have stuff to order. Like, I was there constantly. And so, like, I was constantly getting, like, harassed, like, on Webtoon by the readers. Why isn't this in color? Why are you updating so slow? Why are the episodes so short? Like, it was just every single time I posted, there was, like, multiple complaints. And I was so tired of it that I just deleted the entire series. I just deleted it. I said, you know what? If you guys are going to act this way, I'm just going to delete it. And I did. So I just deleted the entire series from Webtoon. I moved over to Tapas and then had the exact same problem over on Tapas. The exact same problem. Why are the episodes so short? Why is it not in color? It would look so much better in color. You'd get so much more readers if it was in color. Why are you not updating consistently? Like, you're always breaking your schedule, blah, 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 blah. Like, I was having so many problems with, like, I'm sorry, I have a fucking life. I'm not a machine. I'm not some mommy, like, not some baby who lives at home with mommy and daddy in the basement doing nothing but coloring comic books. Like, that wasn't what I had to do. Okay, I had a real job with real responsibilities. I also had a shitload of debt. Like, and plus I make manga. I make manga, bitches. Like, I don't want to color my stuff. Sure, there are colored manga. Colored manga does exist, but that wasn't what I wanted to do. You know what I mean? So I was like, no, I'm not going to let you guys pressure me. I'm not going to let you guys bully me. So I just deleted the entire thing. Like, you guys can't be nice about it. Like, you can't have it. So, like, I just deleted it. Like, I left it up on Tapas because, like, I wanted people to know, like, where I went. So, like, I left it up on Tapas. So that they would know, like, where to find me. So, like, all of my Tapas stuff directs to Global Comics now. So, like, I just had a really bad experience on both of those platforms where I was basically, like, pushed aside because I wasn't able to be consistent and it wasn't in color. So I said, F you guys then. You guys don't deserve me. So, like, maybe I'm complaining too much, but, like, that was my personal experience on the platforms. And then I found Global Comics, and so I started posting on Global Comics all the way back in 2018 with one of the pilot versions, called Noir, N-A-O-R. It was technically the first pilot, but I stopped it once I went to my internship at Tokyo Pop. So, like, I posted the pages, and then I had my internship at Tokyo Pop during the summer of 2018. Oh, hiccups. And then after my internship, during my internship, I realized I didn't know anything about making manga, which is why I went to intern with Tokyo Pop, was I wanted to learn about the manga making process, and learn about the business aspect of making manga. So, like, See, I don't like reading Vertical Scroll, though. That's the thing, I hate reading Vertical Scroll. I will read it, because I'm not a prude. Like, I will read it, and there are some comics that I really love that are only available in vertical format, and I will support them the same as anyone else. But, like, for me, reading in vertical ruins the reading experience, because my hand is constantly moving. It mentally takes me out of the reading experience because I'm physically having, like, if I have to flip a page every once in a while, that's one thing. If I'm constantly having to scroll to keep reading, can't do that. I just can't do it. I mean, I can do it, but I don't like to. Doing well? I'm number 8 on the entire platform right now. Out of, like, almost 7,000 comics, I'm number 8. And Global Comics doesn't promote me at all. Like, I don't get, like, promotion from them. Tokyo Pop never went anywhere. I mean, Tokyo Pop stopped their printing operations for 10 years in the United States. But they're primarily, like, their headquarters are based in, Germany. So their German branch never stopped operation, but their American branch did. After the recession, because what happened basically is Borders, owed them a bunch of money, and so when Borders went down, Tokyo Pop, American branch, kind of went down with them, is basically what happened. But no, Tokyo Pop is publishing stuff again. You know, if you visited their website, and they have shitloads of books now. But a lot of it's, like, Like, a lot of it's, like, sweet, wholesome Disney manga stuff. And then they also have, like, they have a love line that has, like, a lot of, like, romance with, like, flashes of erotica mixed in. They also have an International Women of Manga line, which is all women mangaka that are not from Japan. And a lot of their stuff is really good. Yeah. Hi, Miso. Babs! There's nowhere for you to sit, Babs. You just wanna sit in my arm? Okay. I have to hold. I get to draw one-handed now. What is it, Miso? What, Miso? Do you stop licking my hair? It's too long for you. I'd have to cut my hair before you can do that. What? Well, you can't sit up here, babe. You have to be down there. She's trying to tell me it's like frickin' 1:30 in the morning. Alright, I need to put in some shadows. I was wondering what looked off about it, and there's no shadows. Are you like a shonen only reader? Do you not read anything else? Like, my honest recommendation would be to broaden your horizons and read more than just shonen. Like, there's a lot of shoujo and josei and like seinen that like kicks ass. Like, shoujo and josei is not all about love. It's not all about cutesy squincy stuff. It's like there's some josei out there that is worse than shonen in terms of like how violent it gets and how much action there is. So like, I would strongly recommend you try reading other things than just shonen. Strongly advise. Like, broaden your horizons a bit. Or a lot. Either one. And I say that with love. Like, there's so much more than shonen out there. There is so much more than just shonen. Dude, Sailor Moon manga, hella different than the anime. Like, Sailor Moon gets a lot of crap for being girly and, you know, love and friendship. It gets a lot, like, a bad rap for that, but it is more violent than a lot of the shonen that I see out there, especially the ending. And it's not necessarily, like, I'm not trying to say, like, violence is like, the marker for, like, a good like series. I'm just saying that like shoujo and josei get a really bad rap for being like all like girly sensitive topics, and that is definitely not what they are. We do talk about it, but people don't listen to us because they hear shoujo and go, "That's for girls. That's for girls. I don't read that stuff because it's for girls." It's obviously hyper feminine, girly trash. So like, because I don't believe in the power of the moon, I don't believe in friendship and blah 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 blah. Like they assume that that's what it's about because they don't want to give it a chance because their fucking toxic masculinity prevents them from doing it. So like, it's so much more than that, and people just don't give it a chance. And yes, I'm mad about it. I will be mad about it forever. Where did I put this brush? It's not in tree. Oh, I bet it's in Okami. Yep, there it is. There's been too many good series that have been killed by people like not wanting to check them out because they think they're gonna be girly. What does this do? Whoa! That's not what I wanted. The problem with the anime though is they changed so much of it, yeah. Like, so like in the anime, like the original anime, or in the like the Americanized version of the anime, I forget which two Sailor Scouts it was. They were made cousins, but in the original version, they're lesbian lovers. Like, because we can't have lesbians in the 90s. Can't have lesbians in the United States. So like they changed that. They also changed the ending is completely different in the manga. Like in the anime, they just vanish into the ether. In the manga, they all die horrible, bloody, gruesome deaths. But you can't have that in the manga. So, like, yeah. Like, a completely different story. That's fair. Yeah, it was just like disappointing. You know what I mean? And cause like those shows are so good, and then there's on like the opposite extreme of like Berserk, right? So people hear about how bad Berserk is, but it's really only just a few spots. Like there's really only just a few that are like that. Like most of Berserk can be pretty harsh, but like not all of it is like oof, that hurt. Not all of it is like blood and guts and like essay and stuff. I feel like all of Berserk was pretty good. I like all of Berserk, honestly. I think it's a great series. I feel like it gets a lot of crap for what it is. Like unfairly given crap. I feel like part of why Berserk gets a lot of crap is because people don't actually read it. They just, oh, it has an RA scene in it. And people just like, oh, Mir is such a misogynist. Yeah, exactly. Horse prints. Oh my god. Bro, I'm gonna excommunicate you for bringing that up. I had happily forgotten about horse prints. And then you bring it back up. My gosh. Bruh. Now everyone can suffer with us. Oh my god, bro. How dare you? I was peacefully living my life without that. I'm just gonna bring all of this and actually, according to this, a lot of this is in Sun. I'm like looking at basically what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the drawings that are in here. So I can see how they originally looked. So I can make sure that they match. Peace? No way, now we must all remember. Indeed, we will all suffer together from the plague that is Horse Prince. I laughed so hard I almost dislodged the blood clot in my tooth. Just so you guys know. That's how hard I snorted. I felt it, like, oh my gosh, like that hurt so much when I laughed. So like, yeah, because like I also have the sinus perforation, so like, oh my gosh, like every single tiny little thing like makes it shake. I could breathe in too hard. I could breathe too hard and it would cause it to come out. Playing like an ocarina. I'm gonna make that joke with my dentist next time I see him. I thought you said I could play it like an ocarina. But no, I really don't want dry socket, so I'm gonna not take the chance this time. I'm not that brave. Boichi the Rock? Nan. What are you talking about? What do you mean Boichi the Rock? Oh, me, yeah, probably, yeah. I definitely, like, I have to not laugh, I have to try to not cough. I have, like, so much stuff that, like, I have to try to, like, not do to, like, prevent it from falling out, basically. Sorry, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed sometimes. Usually I'm not. Usually I'm not the smartest person in the room. Here, I'll just put this here, because fuck that. I want there to be this big negative space, just like making shit awkward. Like, I want that awkwardness to be felt. Ah. Probably not a lot here. Oof, energy levels tanking. Alright, take it easy. Thanks for checking out that stuff, Damien. I hope you like them. Let me know what you think. Thanks for checking them out. I appreciate it. Alright, and then this thing. Oh yeah, that really helped a lot. I usually don't stream this long. It's just a 4-hour, almost 4.5-hour stream. Yeah, that was my cat Miso. That was this Bab, this cute little baby. Let's bring this down to like a 50, maybe. Yeah. Not as strong will definitely help, I think. Can probably add a few like soft erased lines to help define some of the shapes. The only thing that's really left is to throw this person in the bottom corner in. Oh, and put in some of the like leaf litter that's like on this. Because there's a little bit of leaf litter on the like walkway, just a little bit. Bye. Take it easy, Solomon. My can scene? I mean, oh, cat scene. Oh, sorry. Thanks, guys. It's okay, I was like, huh? But that got me to look at it, so good job. I knew what you meant. Come on, Babs. Miso. What? Where? She's like, Mom, it's like 2 o'clock. Mama, it's 2 o'clock. It's time for bed. Babs. Yeah? Lisa's just having a grand old time over here getting pet. Misa. Alright guys, I'm gonna go ahead and stop. I'm almost done with this panel, but I'm gonna work on the rest of it probably tomorrow. Just because my hands really, like, I'm trying, but my hands are just hurting too much. So thank you all so much for coming, I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful night. We did absolutely fantastic today. We had a 4.5-hour stream. We had 8 likes. We had an average duration of about 44 minutes. which is awesome. So thank you all so much for coming. I will again be on tomorrow. I only have class on Mondays. Today was just a weird week where like they moved it to Tuesday, but my Japanese class will be on Monday nights, so I will not be on Monday nights moving forward until class is over. So I will see you guys all next time. I will see you tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central Time, and until then, have a wonderful day, and I will see you soon. Ciao!